Chapter 294. Old Feng. With a loud shout, Lord Daoist Jinghe sped up and rushed to Feng Xiao in an instant. With the Li fire gourd hanging in front of him, he shouted angrily, "How dare you attack my disciple?" Before Feng Xiao could speak, Ding Luan said with a smile, "Brother Daoist Jinghe, don't worry. My husband was just joking with your boy." Joking? Lord Daoist Jinghe wasn't a slow-witted person. Looking at the scene in front of him, he roughly knew what happened, so his voice also slowed down. "That'll do. You husband and wife don't need to play any tricks. Since you protected him this time, consider it as me owing you a favor." Hearing this, Feng Xiao laughed and pointed with 2 fingers. A stream of spiritual aura poured into Qin Shi's shoulder well acupoint. Qin Shi, whose meridians were restricted, finally recovered and breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed to Feng Xiao without any disrespect. "Thank you, Senior Feng." Feng Xiao attacked him just now because he wanted to use him to restrain Lord Daoist Jinghe. Lord Daoist Jinghe was very tactful, so Feng Xiao and his wife chose to join hands with him. Qin Shi's mind was clear, so he was still respectful to Feng Xiao. There were many conflicts of interests between cultivators. Since his master chose to join hands with them, they were now companions, so he had no reason to be disrespectful to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao nodded with a smile, but Ding Luan smiled sweetly at Lord Daoist Jinghe. "Brother Daoist Jinghe, I really like your boy's cleverness. Why don't you become my son-in-law? Although my Fingning is a bit spoiled, she's also a good girl." In just a few seconds, from checks and balances to joining hands to discussing marriage, old Daoist Fuling and the others who were flying in front hadn't arrived yet, but their topic had already changed. Qin Shi turned a deaf ear to this and walked back to Lord Daoist Jinghe. "Master." N. Seeing that he was alone, Lord Daoist Jinghe looked around. "Where's Qinge?" Qin Shi was worried about this matter. "I got separated from Qinge. Master, since you're here, I'll go find her." "Wait." Lord Daoist Jinghe raised his hand to stop them. With a frown, he said, "Don't act rashly. This is the depths of Immortal's ruins, you shouldn't have come here. Since you're already here, just wait. Once I've dealt with the matter here, I'll go look for Qinge with you." "But..." Qin Shi only said 2 words. When he saw Lord Daoist Jinghe's expression, he could only sigh and obey. Got it. Of course, he knew that his master was right. There were so many nascent soul cultivators here, so it was clear that he had gone in the wrong direction in the fog and entered the depths of Immortal's ruins by mistake. At this time, it was not suitable for him to act alone. But when he thought about how Qinge was still in the fog and couldn't find her way, he felt extremely anxious. Lord Daoist Jinghe naturally understood Qin Shi's absent-minded look, but he didn't say anything to him. Instead, he answered Ding Luan's question, "It's too late. Your Fingning isn't bad, but unfortunately, my boy already has a sweetheart." Ding Luan was a little surprised. She glanced at Qin Shi and joked, "What a pity. I wonder which family she's from." Good things don't flow to outsiders. "Unfortunately, she's my disciple." Before Lord Daoist Jinghe could finish his complacent words, he heard a gloomy voice. "The 3 of you are so impatient. It's only been a while, but you're already talking about marriage." This voice belonged to Master Song Feng. His own disciple was killed by Qin Shi. Now that he saw Lord Daoist Jinghe and the Luan and Feng couple talking about their disciple and daughter, he felt extremely resentful. Ding Luan added fuel to the fire. She said with a smile, "Old Song Feng, you don't have a child. Are you jealous? If you have the time, you might as well give birth to a..." "Oh, no, with your body that's neither human nor ghost nor monster, I'm afraid you can't give birth, right?" Master Song Fong suddenly became furious. His primordial devil aura surged and transformed into a long knife. During this time, the other nascent soul cultivators landed one after another, staring at Master Song Fong with hostile expressions. Gujin Sek's old Daoist Fuling, Sword Venerable Xiao He, Individual Cultivator Qingming Wanderer, Xianqing School's Lord Daoist Huayan, Tiandao Sek's Daoist Haifeng, Lu Dequan. Although these people were all in the early stage of the nascent soul realm except for old Daoist Fuling, Lord Daoist Jinghe, Ding Wan, Feng Xiao, and Daoist Ji were all in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Master Song Fong paused for a while, then snorted coldly. Without saying goodbye, he turned into a black cloud and left. The 10 nascent soul cultivators present all sighed with relief. They had a lot of people, so they weren't afraid of Master Song Fong, but this old man was a madman. If they really fought him, with his reputation as the #1 late-stage nascent soul cultivator in the celestial pole, even if they lost, they would lose a few people, and they probably wouldn't be able to kill him. Now that he left on his own, it couldn't be better. As soon as Master Song Fong left, old Daoist Fuling, who had just arrived, greeted them with a smile. Fellow Daoist Fong, fellow Daoist Ding, fellow Daoist Ji, fellow Daoist Jinghe, what are you doing? During the demonic beast riot, Yi Jingwen and Gujin sect had conflicts, so Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't have a good attitude towards old Daoist Fuling. He just casually raised his hand at old Daoist Fuling as a return greeting. Ding Luan smiled and said, fellow Daoist Fuling, long time no see. In fact, it's nothing. Fellow Daoist Ji, and I just found something. Really? Old Daoist Fuling's eyes glinted, but under the smiles of Ding Luan and Feng Xiao, the glint quickly dissipated. He was still smiling. Fellow Daoists, rest assured. You and your wife are working together, so how could I intervene? I just want to broaden my horizons. You won't object, right? Ding Luan smiled and said slowly, what are you talking about, fellow Daoist Fuling? It's not a good thing. It's just a piece of Xian Fire Jade essence. I think it's useless to you. Oh. The light in old Daoist Fuling's eyes went out. Xian Fire Jade essence was a good thing and a rare material for refining fire magic weapons, but he was a sword cultivator, so it was useless to him. On the contrary, Qin Shi next to Lord Daoist Jinghe brightened his eyes. As a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, Ding Luan's eyes immediately fell on Qin Shi and she asked with a smile, Qin boy, are you interested in this Xian Fire Jade essence? Oh, that's right. Both of you, master and disciple, practice fire magic. Although her words were kind, Ding Luan glanced at Lord Daoist Jinghe faintly, and her meaning was self-evident. Lord Daoist Jinghe snorted and said, you two don't need to test me. When have I ever gone back on my words? There were many intrigues among cultivators, but the higher the level of a cultivator, the more importance they attached to their promises. Once they made a promise, they generally wouldn't go back on it unless it involved great benefits. A piece of Xian Fire Jade essence met this standard, so Ding Luan and Feng Xiao both wanted to test Lord Daoist Jinghe. However, they also knew that although Qin Jinghe was annoying, he always kept his word. It was fine if he didn't know about the Xian Fire Jade essence, but he still said that after knowing it, so he certainly wouldn't compete with them. Among the 5 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators present, old Daoist Fuling wasn't interested, Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't compete, and they were on the same side as Daoist Ji, so they naturally didn't pose any threat. Feng Xiao bowed to the others. Thank you, everyone. Then he winked at Daoist Ji. Daoist Ji nodded and jumped down from the crater. Daoist Ji went to get the Xian Fire Jade essence. Ding Luan looked around and saw a handsome young man in the foundation building realm behind old Daoist Fuling, so she asked with a smile, fellow Daoist Fuling, when did you accept a new disciple? Old Daoist Fuling glanced at the young man behind him, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, "This little friend is not my disciple." "Really?" Ding Wuan was a little surprised. "When did you become so kind? If he's not your disciple, why did you bring him to Demonic Mountain?" "Ha!" Old Daoist Fuling seemed to be in a good mood. "It doesn't hurt to tell you, but fellow Daoist Ding, you and your wife can't compete with me." Feng Xiao smiled. "What are you talking about, fellow Daoist Fuling? We already have a daughter. Do you think we'll take this little friend as our son-in-law?" "That's hard to say." Old Daoist Fuling smiled mysteriously. His expression was too mysterious, so the Luan and Feng couple, as well as Lord Daoist Jinghe and the others, couldn't help but release their divine senses to explore the young man. As soon as they did, their expressions changed. After a long time, Ding Luan murmured, "Pure Yang Constitution." Upon hearing these words, Qin Shi's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but look at the young man. Old Daoist Fuling smiled without saying anything, obviously very proud. He wasn't worried that others would compete with him. After all, pure Yang Constitution was only useful for female cultivators. Ding Wuan was the only female cultivator present, and she already had a dual cultivation partner. Although they had a daughter, they loved her like a treasure, so they wouldn't casually find a human furnace for their daughter. Even if other people had female disciples, they had to think about the consequences of competing with him. A moment later, Feng Xiao said faintly, "Fellow Daoist Fuling, you're really lucky. Pure Yang Constitution is hard to find in 1,000 years. Are you going to give him to your disciple as a human furnace?" Hearing the word human furnace, the young man was even more frightened. Old Daoist Fuling said with a smile, "He's not a human furnace. This little friend has a good aptitude, so it's not a big deal to take him as a disciple." "Really?" Ding Wuan wanted to say more, but Daoist Ji had already appeared at the crater, so she stopped talking. Daoist Ji glanced cautiously at the nascent soul cultivators in front of him and then gently threw the Xian Fire Jade Essence in his hand. Although the nascent soul cultivators had no intention of snatching it, they didn't leave. Naturally, they were interested in the Xian Fire Jade Essence. They wanted to see what the Xian Fire Jade Essence that grew in Immortal's ruins looked like. At this moment, when they saw the Xian Fire Jade Essence that Daoist Ji threw out, their eyes were fixed on it. Old Daoist Fuling's eyes flashed, and even Lord Daoist Jinghe was a bit tempted. This Xian Fire Jade Essence was really too perfect. It was as big as 2 palms, fiery red, crystal clear, and extremely pure. They had never seen such a Xian Fire Jade Essence. "Seniors." Qin Shi was the first to speak. The Luan and Feng couple and Daoist Ji stared at him vigilantly. Qin Shi said calmly, "Seniors, are you only interested in the Xian Fire Jade Essence?" The three of them were stunned, but Ding Wuan still said with a smile, "Brat Qin, what do you mean?" Qin Shi said, "Such a large piece of jade essence must have grown here for at least tens of thousands of years, so it's enough to grow a chalcedony. If there's a chalcedony, would you be willing to part with it?" "I'm willing to exchange it with other treasures." "Chalcedony?" Lord Daoist Jinghe was moved, and his eyes were a bit eager. "Yes, this jade essence looks so good. If it grows a chalcedony, it must be good." The 3 middle-stage, nascent soul cultivators looked at each other. Chalcedony was rare, but it was nothing compared to this Xian Fire Jade Essence. Ding Wuan said, "So you want a chalcedony? If there's a chalcedony in this jade essence, I don't mind giving it to you." Qin Shi smiled and bowed to thank them. "Thank you, seniors." A trace of regret flashed in the eyes of old Daoist Fuling and the others. Now that they found this Xian Fire Jade Essence was so outstanding, they were all greedy. If Qin Jinghe's group had a conflict with these 3 people, they could fish in troubled waters. Unfortunately, this Qin brat wanted a chalcedony, and Ding Yuan gave him a favor, so it seemed they wouldn't fight. Thinking of this, old Taoist Fuling bowed to the others. Since there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Fellow Taoists, I hope to see you again. Ding Yuan and Feng Shao were eager for them to leave, so they politely bowed back, but Lord Taoist Jinghe's group didn't pay any attention to them. Chapter 295. After old Taoist Fuling left, Feng Shao took the Xian Fire Jade Essence, pressed it with his fingers, explored it with his spiritual aura, and said with a smile, "Brat Qin, you're lucky. There's really a chalcedony in this jade essence." "Really?" A happy expression appeared on Qin Shi's face. Feng Shao exerted force on his fingers, and a crack appeared on the Xian Fire Jade Essence. Water-like clear jade liquid flowed out and condensed into a transparent crystal as soon as it came into contact with the air. When the jade liquid flowed out, Feng Shao threw the crystal in his palm to Qin Shi. "My wife said this chalcedony is for you." With such a pure color, this chalcedony was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Qin Shi took it and cupped his fists in delight. "Thank you, seniors. I'll remember your kindness." Ding Yuan smiled. "You're not going to marry my Fingning. Why do you need to remember?" Although Qin Shi was experienced, he was a bit thin-skinned, so he just smiled and didn't answer Ding Yuan's teasing. Lord Taoist Jinghe glanced at them and said, "You and your wife shouldn't bully my disciple. If there's nothing else, we'll leave." Although Lord Taoist Jinghe had said he wouldn't intervene, there were 4 nascent soul cultivators here, which added variables. The Luan and Feng couple and Taoist Ji were eager for him to leave, so no one was polite. Feng Shao said, "In that case, I'll see you later." Lord Taoist Jinghe nodded and left with Qin Shi, Lord Taoist Huayan, Taoist Heifeng, and the others. After flying out of the range of the 3 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators' divine senses, the group of 5 stopped, and Lord Taoist Jinghe asked, "Where did Tiange go missing?" Qin Shi pointed in a direction. "That way, about half a day's journey." Lord Taoist Jinghe looked at the direction he pointed and frowned. "You mean in the fog?" "Yes." "How long have you been separated? Was there anyone else with you? Does Tiange have any injuries? What happened? Tell me slowly." Lord Taoist Jinghe asked questions one by one. Qin Shi suppressed his anxiety and roughly described their situation in the past few days. Of course, he skipped the part that was inconvenient to say in public. When he talked about how they were separated, Lord Taoist Jinghe and the 3 nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances. The black-robed Taoist Heifeng, who looked like a demonic cultivator, said, "Qin family's kid, this is the first time we've encountered the fog you mentioned. Previously, we spent quite a bit of effort to get out. We really don't have much confidence in searching there." This answer surprised Qin Shi. He looked at Lord Taoist. Lord Taoist Jinghe said, "A cultivator who's just formed his gold core won't survive more than a few days in Immortal's ruins if he doesn't have any special means. Tiange is my disciple, I can't just leave her there alone." Taoist Dan Didden, Taoist Lu Dequan and Lu Didden Taoist was my, Shi and Diddens. Qin, Master Jinghe, Taoist. Taoist sect, Fire, and the Taoist. And Taoist. Taoist Feng and Lu Taoist Lu, De, Qin, Qing, Yang, Dao, Master, Luan. Taoist Jinghe said faintly, "Got it. Junior Martial Brother Huayan and I will be there in 2 days. If we don't arrive, you don't have to wait for us." Taoist Heifeng and Lu Dequan looked at each other, nodded, and left in flight lights. When they disappeared, Lord Taoist Huayan, who had been silent, asked, "Senior Martial Brother Jinghe, how are we going to find her?" This problem gave Lord Daoist Jinghe a headache. They had all been through the fog and knew divine senses were useless in that place. Even though they were nascent soul cultivators, they had to be very careful. Brat! Lord Daoist Jinghe pointed at Qin Shi. Aren't you usually very capable? How could this happen when you took Tiange out? Qin Shi lowered his head and didn't say anything. He was indeed not cautious enough. He knew Immortal's ruins was full of danger, but he didn't prevent them from getting separated. Seeing him like this, Lord Daoist Jinghe felt he couldn't be blamed, so he said, "There's no other way. Let's go find her. Junior Marshal Brother Huayan, let's split up. You go to the east and I'll go to the west. We'll meet here in a day and a half whether we find her or not." Okay. Lord Daoist Huayan didn't say any nonsense. He directly dived down, turned into a flight light, and disappeared into the fog not far away. Watching Lord Daoist Huayan's figure disappear, Lord Daoist Jinghe stood for a while and suddenly said, "Tell me, did something happen between you and Tiange?" Qin Shi was stunned. Realizing what his master was asking about, he coughed and looked away. Let's talk about it later." Seeing him like this, Lord Daoist Jinghe was greatly surprised. "Brat, did you succeed?" Qin Shi didn't answer, but even a blind man could see the joy in his eyes. Lord Daoist Jinghe wanted to laugh, but he felt unhappy because he didn't see it. His expression twisted for a while, but he had to pat Qin Shi's shoulder. "Not bad. You didn't waste Master's kindness." Qin Shi was happy to think of this, but he was more worried about Tiange's safety. He said, "Master, let's go find her first. If we're late, Tiange will be in more danger." Tiange was indeed in danger now. In the fog, a large group of gold wire rats appeared out of nowhere. Although their cultivation levels weren't high, there were a lot of them, and they appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the fog. Shi and Jing Xingji had been killing for a long time, but they still hadn't killed all of them. Tiange swallowed several regeneration pills and watched Xiaohua jumping up and down to force the demonic beasts to retreat with spells. She gasped and said, "Fellow Daoist Jing, we can't go on like this." Jing Xingji, who was controlling his flying sword to kill the enemies, rolled his eyes. "I know that, but do you have a way?" Tiange thought for a while and said, "There's a way we can try. Even if it doesn't work, we can still take a break." The two of them had been killing for a long time without stopping. Although Jing Xingji still had spiritual aura in his body, he felt mentally exhausted, so he said, "That's not bad. Tell me what you want to do." Tiange killed another group of demonic beasts and said, "Fellow Daoist, you can block these demonic beasts for a while." Jing Xingji didn't say anything. The long sword in his hand suddenly burst with bright white light, enveloping the two people and the demonic beast. Although this person's character wasn't likable, there was no doubt about his strength. Under the sword light, none of the demonic beasts could cross the boundary. Tiange didn't waste any time. She touched her Qinkuan bag, took out formation-laying tools and spirit stones, and quickly laid a formation around the two of them. Jing Xingji glanced at her, feeling a bit surprised. The Tao of formations could be considered the most unorthodox of the unorthodox methods. Studying formations required a lot of time, and before reaching the nascent soul realm, every cultivator hated the fact that they had too little time to cultivate. They simply couldn't spend too much time studying unorthodox methods, so there were very few cultivators below the nascent soul realm who were proficient in formations. However, he didn't know that Tiange's situation was a bit special. When she was building her foundation, she was worried that her cultivation speed would be too fast, so she deliberately slowed down and spent a lot of time studying unorthodox methods, so her formations were much better than cultivators in the same realm as her. The formation in her hands now was the 4 symbols 100 flowers formation she modified. The 4 symbols were mainly for defense, while the 100 flowers were mainly for killing. It was a compound formation. However, it hadn't been long since she formed her gold core, so she didn't spend much time on formations. This set of formation-laying tools was prepared for her when she was building her foundation, so its power was limited. Just as she was laying the formation, Jing Xingji suddenly shouted, "Someone's coming." Mo Tiange was startled, then delighted. She hurriedly asked, "What's his cultivation level?" Her divine sense was injured, so it was even weaker than Jing Xingji's. The fog also blocked divine senses, so Jing Xingji sensed for a long time before he said with uncertainty, "He seems to be in the core formation realm." Core formation realm. Could it be? Before he could finish his words, a vague black-clothed figure appeared in the fog. As soon as this person appeared, the surrounding gold wire rats found a new target, and several hundred of them immediately turned around and rushed towards this person. Seeing this, Mo Tiange stopped laying the formation. She and Jing Xingji glanced at each other and each controlled the flying swords in their hands to kill that person. "Fellow Daoist," Jing Xingji said loudly, "I'm a cultivator from Gujin sect. May I ask your name?" In the fog, the black figure heard his voice and paused for a moment, but it didn't answer and continued to focus on killing. Mo Tiange squinted her eyes and asked hesitantly, "Look, isn't that a female cultivator?" Although the fog was hazy, the figure in black that appeared faintly was indeed graceful. Jing Xingji only took a glance then said, "It's a female cultivator." Hearing his affirmative answer, Mo Tiange was secretly disappointed. Although she knew Qin Shi's cultivation level and methods were higher than hers and he was also very experienced, this was Demonic Mountain. She felt very uneasy after being separated from him for so long. "What should we do now?" Jing Xingji glanced around and said, "Let's go and take a look. The more people, the more assurance." Mo Tiange had no objection. As for female cultivators, few of them were ruthless, and the other party was also trapped in the same fog, so they should be able to form an alliance. The two of them manipulated their flying swords. Xiaohua spewed sun-real fire and attacked the direction of the black-clothed woman. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and they could clearly see the woman's appearance. She wore claw gloves and was fighting with demonic beasts. Unexpectedly, she was a martial cultivator. "Oh." Jing Xingji's voice was filled with excitement. "She's a beauty." Mo Tiange couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy really changed. What kind of situation is this? He's still thinking about the other party being a beauty. Although she said that, Mo Tiange was still a bit curious. She looked at the woman's face, and what she saw stunned her. She had a very delicate face. It wasn't very beautiful, but it had a kind of calm and cold beauty. Of course, this wasn't the reason she was surprised. What she found strange was that she looked a bit familiar. A delicate woman, a martial cultivator, using claw gloves. Cultivators always had good memories. Mo Tiange slowly recalled such a person. She knew who this person was. She took a breath and said secretly, "Fellow Daoist Jing, this person is related to Master Song Feng." Jing Xingji paused and looked at her suspiciously. There was no one in Kunwo who didn't know about Master Song Feng. Jing Xingji naturally also knew about this Celestial Pole's #1 late nascent soul cultivator and his disreputable reputation. He said secretly, "Do you know her?" "I've seen her once." Mo Tiange stared at the female cultivator without blinking. Yes, more than 50 years ago, the female cultivator who appeared in Lord Daoist Xuanin's nascent soul ceremony and fought with her was this woman. Chapter 296. At Lord Daoist Xuanin's nascent soul ceremony, this woman was still in the late stage of the foundation building realm. After Master Song Feng appeared, she inexplicably disappeared. Mo Tiange didn't know what technique she used. Mo Tiange didn't expect to see her again more than 50 years later, and she had also advanced to the core formation realm. This wasn't strange. At that time, this woman was already in the late stage of the foundation building realm. If she was really Master Song Feng's disciple or grand disciple, it was normal for her to advance to the early stage of the core formation realm in 50 years. Mo Tiange herself was only in the middle stage of the foundation building realm at that time, but now she had also advanced to the core formation realm. She roughly told Jing Xingji what happened. Jing Xingji paused but didn't say anything. Although he liked beauties, his heart was ruthless. In comparison, he was even more ruthless than Qin Shi. At least, if Qin Shi promised to take someone with him, he wouldn't talk nonsense. Jing Xingji, on the other hand, kept fawning on her along the way but never truly regarded her as a partner. However, this woman was a core formation cultivator after all. In this situation, one more person was always good. Mo Tiange didn't know what decision Jing Xingji would make. Mo Tiange turned to look at the woman and found that her martial arts skills were much better than they were 50 years ago. Martial cultivators were the same as sword cultivators, they had to surpass ordinary cultivators in fights of magical power. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying this advantage was. Although this woman was only in the early stage of the core formation realm, judging from the power of her attacks, she wasn't weaker than ordinary middle-stage core formation cultivators, maybe even stronger. Mo Tiange's heart was also in turmoil. If she joined hands with this woman, she'd be a good help, but if she turned against her, in this fog, there were really dangers everywhere. After a while, Jing Xingji finally said via voice transmission, "If we can join hands with her, then let's do it." Mo Tiange nodded. In any case, she chose to believe Jing Xingji at this time. "Miss," Jing Xingji said loudly, "I'm a cultivator from Gujin sect. May I ask if you're Master Song Feng's disciple?" As soon as he said that, the black-clothed figure paused, turned around, and glanced at the two of them warily. Jing Xingji smiled and said to her, "Miss, don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions. This fog is really strange. You and I are trapped here, so are you willing to join hands?" The woman stared at them for a while, but didn't say anything. Jing Xingji continued, "There are dangers everywhere on Demonic Mountain. Although Miss is skilled and bold, you're riding alone in the end. Having an extra helper also means having an extra escape route." When he said that, Jing Xingji's expression was very sincere. The woman looked at him, then at Mo Tiange, who was resisting the gold wire rat's attacks behind him. Her vigilant expression slowly softened. Before she opened her mouth, she said in a low, hoarse voice, "What if we join hands?" Hearing this, Jing Xingji smiled and said, "Naturally, we'll join hands to protect ourselves and find a way out." Looking for a way out. The woman's lips curled into a smile, but it looked like she was mocking them. "Have you found a way out?" "No." Jing Xingji said frankly, "However, the three of us are safer than one." Mo Tiange had to admit that when Jing Xingji's expression was serious, he was indeed a bit charming. Under his gaze, this woman gradually became less callous. She said, "How can I trust you?" Jing Xingji said with a smile, "What's the benefit of killing you in this fog? Besides, since you can reach Immortal's ruins, you must have extraordinary skills. Even if you fall out with us, you must have a way to escape, right?" After he said that, the woman was lost in thought. In a flash, a group of gold wire rats in front of her suddenly attacked. With a flash of sword light, Jing Xingji's flying sword was like a waterfall. Wherever the sword light went, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The group of gold wire rats died on the spot. After the death of this group of gold wire rats, the other gold wire rats that besieged them also attacked. The three of them didn't dare to neglect and immediately worked together to kill these violent demonic beasts. Originally, Jing Xingji and Mo Tiange didn't have enough lethality because Mo Tiange didn't have a suitable magic weapon. However, this woman was a martial cultivator, so she killed demonic beasts much faster than ordinary cultivators. With the three of them working together, the number of gold wire rats gradually decreased. More than an hour later, all the gold wire rats were finally killed. The three of them working together to kill the demonic beasts was, in fact, an alliance. After killing, the three of them were so tired that Mo Tiange couldn't even stand steadily. Xiaohua simply lay down and stuck out his tongue. The three of them sat on the ground in different postures, gasping for breath. After a while, they finally got their breath. Jing Xingji smiled at the woman and said, "Miss, may I know your name?" A hint of hesitation flashed in the woman's eyes and she answered, "Nia Wushang." Jing Xingji was stunned. "Wushang? Charming Wushang? Nikhang Wushang?" "No." Her expression was cold and emotionless. "It's called nothing, and it's called Wushang." Jing Xingji had never heard such a name in his life, so he didn't know what to say for a moment. Wushang, this really didn't sound like a woman's name. After a long time, he could only praise, what a special name. The woman who called herself Nia Wushang showed a mocking smile on her face and didn't answer. "I'm Jing Xingji." Upon hearing Jing Xingji's self-introduction, Nia Wushang just nodded, then turned to Mo Tiange and said, "Fellow Daoist Mo, long time no see. Do you still remember me?" Mo Tiange nodded. She was neither affectionate nor distant, and she replied with the same indifference, "Of course I remember. Unfortunately, I didn't know fellow Daoist's name until today." Cultivators always had good memories, so it wasn't surprising that they remembered each other. However, Mo Tiange still had doubts in her heart. Back then, this woman was no different from ordinary cultivators, but today, she had been using ventriloquism and her voice was also quite strange. From beginning to end, she hadn't opened her mouth to speak. Could it be that something had changed in the past 50 years? However, they originally didn't have any friendship, they could even be said to be enemies. Mo Tiange only thought about it in her heart and didn't ask. After a few simple words, the three of them staggered to recover their spiritual aura. After a while, Jing Xingji finished meditating and asked Nia Wushang, "Miss Nia, how long have you been here? Do you have any clues about how to get out?" Nia Wushang answered, "About a day. My divine sense is useless here, and I've lost all sense of direction. I haven't been able to find a way out." Her situation was similar to theirs. Jing Xingji turned to look at Mo Tiange and said, "We're the same." However, along the way, fellow Daoist Qingwei left a formation imprint. I wonder if you've noticed it. Were you the ones who drew that 8 trigrams formation? Nia Wushang frowned. Mo Tiange answered, "Yes." In that case, fellow Daoist Nia has encountered it along the way. Nia Wushang nodded. "I've encountered it a few times. Unfortunately, I'm not very proficient in formations, so I don't know how to point to it." "A few times. We've been following the directions of the 8 trigrams formation. If fellow Daoist has encountered it several times, it means fellow Daoist has gone around several times." "I see." Nia Wushang was stunned. She then asked in a low voice, "So, fellow Daoists still have a way to get out?" Mo Tiange's expression was indifferent. "I'm not sure about that. Nobody knows how big this fog is, and we don't know whether our direction is correct. In this fog, even our divine senses can make mistakes, and formation diagrams aren't completely reliable." What she said wasn't false. Formation diagrams could only point to the direction, but they couldn't point to the correct path. Moreover, since this fog could affect divine senses, could it also affect other judgments? They didn't know. The three of them were silent for a while. Jing Xingji said, "Young Mrs., have you recovered your spiritual aura?" "I've recovered." With a small circulation inside her body, Mo Tiange recovered her spiritual aura very quickly. Nia Wushang also nodded. Jing Xingji said, "Then, what do you think about the rest of our journey?" Mo Tiange didn't answer immediately. She turned to look at Nia Wushang. Nia Wushang lowered her head and also didn't answer. After a moment of silence, Jing Xingji said, "Ladies, this is related to our lives. If you have something to say, you'd better say it now." Right now, he didn't have a smile on his face. Instead, he looked at them seriously. "I have nothing to say." Mo Tiange was the first to speak. She said faintly, "To be frank, my strength is inferior to yours. I only know a little about formations, that's all. Using formation diagrams to point out the direction is the only way I can think of." Jing Xingji and Nia Wushang didn't answer. After a moment of silence, Nia Wushang's low and hoarse voice rang out. "Fellow Daoist, you have this 5th-rank spiritual beast, so your strength isn't weak. You're being too modest." Mo Tiange smiled. "I'm just speaking the truth. Spiritual beasts are too weak compared to cultivators. But fellow Daoist's magic weapon is also extraordinary." Nia Wushang raised her eyebrows and smiled. Her smile didn't seem to be a simple one. The previous few times, it was always filled with ridicule, but this time, it had a different meaning. Mo Tiange pretended she didn't see anything and smiled slightly. "Fellow Daoist Nia, you flatter me." Nia Wushang continued, "Fellow Daoist Mo, I heard your master and senior martial brother both came to Demonic Mountain. But why are you alone?" Mo Tiange glanced at her then said flatly, "They have another purpose." "Is that so?" Nia Wushang smiled again. This time, her smile finally had a charming feeling, but it seemed a bit gloomy. "Fellow Daoist Mo. You can't contact them, right?" Mo Tiange didn't move, but Jing Xingji's sword was unsheathed with a swish. The sword light approached Nia Wushang. Nia Wushang, however, didn't move. She raised her head and smiled at Jing Xingji. "Fellow Daoist Jing, what are you doing? You have nothing to do with Xianqing School, right?" Jing Xingji's gaze was as cold as ice. He said coldly, "I have even less to do with Master Song Feng." "Ha!" Nia Wushang still ignored the motionless flying sword hovering in front of her. She said, "I heard fellow Daoist Mo already has a Daoist name now. When I first met you several decades ago, I really didn't expect this day would come so quickly. Fellow Daoist is worthy of being Lord Daoist Jinghe's brilliant disciple." Mo Tiange sat still and replied, "Fellow Daoist Nia, you flatter me." To be honest, Nia Wushang stared at Mo Tiange, her expression gradually turning cold. "I'm not jealous of fellow Daoist Mo's talent, but I'm extremely jealous of fellow Daoist Mo's experiences. A disciple of a famous school, a nascent soul master, and he loves his disciple as much as his own life. Fellow Daoist's life is really good." By the end of her speech, Nia Wushang was no longer looking at Mo Tiange. Instead, she was smiling a bit absent-mindedly. Jing Xingji's expression changed. The sword light flashed and he withdrew. "Fellow Daoist Nia, what do you mean by saying all this?" Chapter 297. Nothing. Nia Wushang stood up, pulled on her gloves, and said expressionlessly, "I'm not like fellow Daoist Mo. Aside from brute force, I have no other strong points. I'll listen to you two fellow Daoists on how to get out." After a while, Jing Xingji sheathed his sword and sat back down. I have an idea, but I don't know if fellow Taoists are willing to give it a try. Mo Tiange and Nia Wushang immediately turned to him. Jing Xingji said, "It's easy to say, but there's a certain risk." Mo Tiange said, "We were just lucky to be trapped here. If we encountered any troublesome demonic beasts, how good can we be? If fellow Daoist Jing has an idea, you might as well tell us." Nia Wushang also nodded expressionlessly and didn't object. Jing Xingji smiled and pointed above. "Since we can't tell the direction, we might as well fly up. There's always an end to this fog, right?" Both Mo Tiange and Nia Wushang were stunned. Mo Tiange pondered for a moment then said, "But fellow Daoist Jing, there's immortal aura above Immortal's ruins. We don't have Immortal's bodies, so we can't stand immortal aura at all. What if we run into it?" Jing Xingji said, "This is the risk I'm talking about. This immortal aura shouldn't exist in the human world, so immortal aura has a repulsive effect on many things. This fog must be the same. I'm sure there's a gap between the fog and immortal aura. If we're lucky, we can leave through this gap." Mo Tiange and Nia Wushang were lost in thought. They ruled out this method from the beginning because there was immortal aura above Immortal's ruins. The powerful power in immortal aura was quite terrifying for cultivators like them. But Jing Xingji's words weren't unreasonable. They didn't know how long they could stay trapped in the fog like this. The group of gold wire rats just now were all below the 5th rank, but they were already so difficult to deal with. What if they encountered demonic beasts above the 5th rank? They might as well try their luck. Maybe they could really get out. Okay. Mo Tiange made up her mind. "I think fellow Daoist Jing's idea is feasible." Nia Wushang also nodded. Her hoarse voice rang out, "Fellow Taoists, are the seniors of your sect nearby?" Mo Tiange and Jing Xingji looked at each other, and Jing Xingji said, "Fellow Daoist Nia, do you mean sending a message?" "That's right." Nia Wushang shifted her gaze between the two of them and said, "Of course, the two of you can also refuse. Perhaps the one who comes first will be my master, at that time." Mo Tiange's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. From what Nia Wushang said, it seemed she was really Master Song Feng's disciple. Moreover, Master Song Feng also came to Demonic Mountain. This wasn't good news. Although Master Song Feng wasn't a good person, there was no doubt that he was strong. Furthermore, he had old grudges against both Lord Daoist Jinghe and Qin Shi. Qin Shi was in this. Not to Daoist Jingji Shen. Qin Master, and in Daoist Mo Sheng. Mo. With this thought in mind, Mo Tiange glanced at Jing Xingji. "Wang Nia from. Wang Wu from. From. Forget it. We don't have many thousand miles summoning talismans. Let's talk about it after we're sure we can get out." Mo Tiange was relieved. She was really worried Master Song Feng would come. The three of them did as they said. First of all, they had to find a suitable place to fly up. Core formation cultivators could fly high in the sky, but the fog here was unclear, so they had to be careful. Second, they had to prepare defensive magic weapons and talismans for emergencies. Finally, the three of them were in trouble together, but they weren't of one mind, so they had to guard against others. Mo Tiange didn't dare to trust either of them. Nia Wushang was Master Song Feng's disciple, and Jing Xingji was ruthless. She couldn't trust either of them. She was the weakest among the three, so they had to be careful. After a while, the three of them finally found a suitable place to fly up. This should also be a relic of the fight between immortals and demons in the distant past era. The neat rocks were cut off, exposing the horrible greenish-gray inside. After millions of years of weathering, they no longer had sharp edges, but they still retained their strange appearance. Jing Xingji flew several dozen feet up to check the situation. He then came down and said, "Let's do it here. It doesn't look abnormal." Mo Tiange also went up to take a look. Seeing nothing abnormal, she nodded in agreement. Nia Wushang, on the other hand, looked casual and didn't look at it carefully. The three of them then sat in meditation and rested, preparing magic weapons, talismans, and the like. After a long time, Jing Xingji asked, "Fellow Taoists, are you ready?" If he had the intention of seducing someone, he'd call them Miss. Now that he called them fellow Taoists, it was clear he'd changed his mind. Mo Tiange and Nia Wushang both nodded. Nia Wushang was a martial cultivator, so she didn't have much to prepare. Mo Tiange, on the other hand, had always been cautious and put her things in the most convenient places. That being the case, let's get started. Wait. Nia Wushang's voice rang out. The three of us go up together. Wouldn't it be more convenient to leave one person outside? Jing Xingji smiled. Among the three of us, who's more reassuring to stay down there? Nia Wushang and Mo Tiange were speechless. Indeed, the three of them didn't trust each other, so staying behind to look after each other was unnecessary. If something really happened up there, they could only blame it on their bad luck. The three of them silently took out their flying magic weapons, operated their protective spiritual aura and began to fly up. This process was very slow, very similar to the situation when they climbed tens of thousands of feet peak before. However, it was very likely that they would encounter immortal aura instead of devil aura, so they also had to carefully avoid it or use their protective spiritual aura to block it. The three of them flew higher and higher, getting farther and farther away from the ground. Mo Tiange looked down. She didn't know why, but she felt a bit restless. She was now a core formation cultivator, so her perception of the mandate of heaven was much stronger than before. This was indeed not a good sign. She looked at Jing Xingji and found that he was also looking at her with a frown. Her heart stirred. Just as she was about to ask him in secret, she suddenly felt her ankle being pulled down by someone. She didn't have time to think too much. Her flying sword flew out of her sleeve and flew close to her ankle. At the same time, she looked down. With a single glance, he was astonished. She originally thought it was one of the two people who sneak attacked her, but she didn't expect it to be a hand that stretched out from the rock wall. Mo Tiange had wandered in the cultivation world for many years, but this was the first time she encountered such a strange scene. She felt her scalp go numb, and she was so shocked that she almost cut off her foot. In a flash, Jing Xingji grabbed her hand and slashed down with his flying sword. His flying sword was an ancient magic weapon that could be called the same as Qin Shi's three-yang real fire sword. With one slash, that rock hand was cut off. After being cut off, those rocks seemed to have lost their vitality and fell one after another. Mo Tiange didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. On the other side, Nia Wushang let out a soft cry and was also entangled by these rock hands. Immediately afterward, countless rock hands stretched out from the cliff they were facing and tried to grab them. The three of them fought with these rock hands. Jing Xingji was fine. His flying sword was very sharp, so these rocks couldn't withstand his slash. Nia Wushang was slightly more difficult to deal with. Her boxing gloves were covered with spikes. If it was something else, it wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from her. However, these rocks weren't afraid of spikes at all, so she had to use more strength than usual to smash these rocks. Mo Tiange's situation was similar to Nia Wushang's. She didn't have many offensive magic weapons on her, and the water element jade bottle and the earth element stone seal weren't suitable for the current situation. Her remaining flying sword wasn't as good as Jing Xingji's, so it was very strenuous for her to slash them. Mo Tiange found that using the flying sword consumed her spiritual aura very quickly, so she quickly stopped. She released Xiaohua from her spiritual beast bag and let it stand on her shoulder. She then used the sun real fire to burn these rock hands, which finally made things a bit easier. After fighting for a while, the three of them finally escaped from the rock hands. They flew some distance away before they stopped and didn't dare to approach again. The three of them looked at each other, then Mo Tiange asked, "Fellow Taoists, what is this thing?" Nia Wushang shook her head with a pale face. Although she wasn't weak, these strange rocks were extremely hard, which happened to restrain her. Right now, she was fighting a bit awkwardly. I've never encountered such a strange thing. How can rocks be like living things? Jing Xingji waved his hand, surrounding himself with sword lights. He said, "I also don't know. However, it's not surprising that there are strange things on Demonic Mountain." That was true. The world was so big that nothing was too strange, let alone a strange place like Demonic Mountain. The environment here was different from the human world. Perhaps the rules of the human world simply didn't apply here. The three of them were silent for a while. In the end, Nia Wushang said, "Forget it. It's not the time to look into this. Since we've already flown here, let's continue." Mo Tiange nodded in agreement. "I have no objection. What about fellow Daoist Jing?" And Jing Xingji answered. Compared to them, he was the most relaxed. Although he had been fighting for a while, he almost didn't lose any spiritual aura. After being attacked by the rock hands, the three of them became even more cautious. Flying high in the sky full of gales, restrictions, and immortal aura wasn't safe. After flying for a while, they reached the end of the cliff they climbed. Mo Tiange took a look and found that there were a lot of pink ball-like flowers growing on the hilltop, which looked very familiar. After looking for a while, she suddenly let out a cry of surprise and pointed at those pink ball-like flowers. "Fellow Taoists, look! Are those the heavenly fragrant flowers that grow heavenly aromatic beans?" Nia Wushang only glanced at them then looked away with disinterest. "I'm not proficient in spiritual plants, so I can't recognize them." Jing Xingji looked at her with a somewhat strange expression then nodded. "Probably. Heavenly aromatic herbs aren't very rare on Demonic Mountain. I once heard people talk about them, and they indeed look very similar." Upon hearing his affirmation, Mo Tiange hesitated for a moment but in the end, she still gave up. Forget it. She absolutely didn't dare to take any more risks after what happened just now. At worst, she'd just buy some heavenly aromatic beans when they got out. Chapter 298. As the three of them flew up, the fog became thinner and the immortal aura got closer and closer. Seeing that the immortal aura formed by the fallen immortals was right in front of them, the three of them couldn't help but stop. At that moment, even Jing Xingji looked hesitant. They guessed that there was a gap between the immortal aura and the fog. Now, the immortal aura was right in front of them, but the fog hadn't reached its end. No one knew whether they would explode because of touching the immortal aura if they flew up again. What should they do next? Fellow Daoist Jing, before Mo Tiange could finish speaking, Jing Xingji flew up again. Mo Tiange and Nia Wushang glanced at each other and eventually followed him. The fog became thinner and thinner, and the immortal aura around them also became more and more abundant. The three of them had to spend more time blocking the immortal aura. This process was very complicated. They constantly consumed and replenished their spiritual aura. Mo Tiange occasionally looked down and saw that the mountain below had become a small dot. After a long time, she heard Jing Xingji call out in surprise, "Fellow Taoists, look!" Mo Tiange looked up and saw that above the thin fog, there was a light without any obstruction. They finally rushed out of the fog. The three of them felt like they were reborn. They were trapped in the fog for just over a day, but the feeling that they couldn't get rid of the fog no matter where they went made them feel like it was a long time. After a moment of silence, Jing Xingji said, "Fellow Taoists, we're out of the fog. The most dangerous moment is below us. Don't lower your guard." Mo Tiange and Nia Wushang regained their senses and nodded. They both had quiet personalities, which was something Jing Xingji was very glad about. He liked women, but he hated others who held him back when he was in danger. Fortunately, these two didn't have bad tempers. The immortal aura was very close to them, so they had to be very careful every time they flew. Fortunately, they were out of the fog and could clearly distinguish the direction. 10,000 feet peak was to their south, but there was a big volcano to their north, so they chose the west as their escape route. About half a day later, the three of them got out of the fog without danger and descended to the ground. Mo Tiange finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was always on edge when she was with these two, but now it was finally over. Fellow Taoists. As soon as she landed, Nia Wushang's gaze rested on the two of them for a moment before she said, "Since we're out of the fog, I'll take my leave now." Jing Xingji smiled and said, "Why is fellow Taoist Nia in such a hurry? Although we're out of the fog, this is the Immortal's ruins. There are still dangers everywhere." The corners of Nia Wushang's mouth curled up, revealing a somewhat mocking smile. "Fellow Taoist Jing, just take it that I'm a coward. If I'm not careful and run into your masters, I don't want this life of mine." After she finished speaking, she activated her flying magic weapon, turned around, and left without saying anything. Mo Tiange stared at her back and sighed inwardly. Putting aside the fact that she was Master Song Feng's disciple, Nia Wushang wasn't annoying. Unfortunately, she was still Master Song Feng's disciple. After a moment of silence, Jing Xingji said, "Let's go." However, Mo Tiange didn't move. When Jing Xingji turned around, she said, "Fellow Taoist Jing, I still have to find Senior Martial Brother Shoujing. May I know where you're going?" Jing Xingji raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you want to part ways with me?" If fellow Taoist Jing has another purpose, then yes. Mo Tiange said bluntly, "For me, the most important thing is to find Senior Martial Brother Shoujing, so I can't go somewhere else with fellow Taoist Jing first." Fellow Taoist Jing. Jing Xingji didn't say anything, but he also didn't leave. After a long time, Mo Tiange called him again when she didn't get an answer from him. Jing Xingji smiled then suddenly sighed. Qin Shoujing, his life is really good. Not long ago, Nia Wushang said this to her, and now Jing Xingji also said the same thing to her. Mo Tiange had a feeling that this was absurd. In fact, cultivation was about not believing in fate. Since ancient times, how many people had ascended to immortality and become immortals? Since the separation of immortals and devils, there were only a few who entered the deification realm, let alone becoming immortals. Nevertheless, for hundreds of thousands of years, countless cultivators still rushed to enter this cruel cultivation world. They didn't believe in fate that they couldn't ascend to immortality. But now, both Nia Wushang and Jing Xingji said the same thing. Was his life good? Maybe Qin Shi's life was very smooth, but everything he had today definitely wasn't just because his life was good. Maybe she was the same. Although she wandered from place to place before she was 20, she gradually had everything after she turned 20. But these things also didn't fall from the sky. Whether it was Jing Xingji or Nia Wushang, both of them presumably understood these principles, but they both said the same thing. There could only be one explanation: they had too many sad stories in their hearts. Mo Tiange wasn't a talkative person, and she also wasn't interested in prying into other people's privacy, so she didn't answer and asked, "Where does fellow Taoist Jing want to go?" In an instant, Jing Xingji's expression returned to its previous frivolous expression. He said indifferently, "If I want to find Qin Shoujing, then I'll go." This is Immortal's ruins, and it's always dangerous to go alone. She didn't know whether he was referring to himself or her by danger. A thought flashed through Emotienga's mind, then she said, "All right. In that case, thank you for your kindness, fellow Daoist Jing." Jing Xingji waved his hand, not caring at all. Emotienga thought for a moment, then tried to send a summoning talisman. This time, the summoning talisman was sent out, but it fell as soon as it entered the fog. It seems Qin Shoujing is still in the fog. You'd better not waste the summoning talisman, Jing Xingji said. Emotienga regretfully watched the summoning talisman fall to the ground and burn to ashes. She was a bit disheartened. Do I have to go back? Jing Xingji thought for a moment, then asked, don't you have any other methods of communication? This reminded Emotienga. It wasn't that there weren't other methods of communication, but they weren't as effective as the summoning talisman. Anyway, she didn't have any other methods, so she could give it a try. She took out a jade box from her robe and opened it. Inside were several yellow wax-like objects. They were amber. Qin Shi gave them to her in Kuanzhong City. He said they would emit a strange fragrance after they were burned. As long as they weren't far away, he could smell them. She didn't care at that time, but she didn't expect to use them now. Jing Xingji was stunned when he saw them. He said, he actually gave them to you. Emotienga looked up and glanced at Jing Xingji. Fellow Daoist Jing, do you recognize them? Jing Xingji didn't answer but asked, do you know how I met Qin Shoujing? I know a little. Jing Xingji smiled then sighed. Back then, he didn't even have a Daoist name. In a flash, so many years have passed. Qin Shoujing's name has spread throughout Kunwu, but only a few people know his real name. Emotienga didn't answer. That was an era very far away from her. At that time, she didn't exist in this world. Jing Xingji sighed with emotion for a while then said, this thing was obtained from an ancient immortal's abode when we first met. Although it's not very useful, there should only be a few pieces in this world in his hands. Using this to communicate is a good method. This kind of fragrance is very special. If he really got lost, it might be able to guide him out. Moreover, it won't easily attract other people's attention. Upon receiving Jing Xingji's affirmation, Emotienga smiled. If that's really the case, that'd be the best. Then, just in case, the two of them flew a certain distance in silence. After making sure there was no one around, they sat down and burned the amber. As the flames burned, a strange fragrance they'd never smelled before slowly drifted away. Next, they could only wait. Not long after, maybe only about 2 hours, Jing Xingji suddenly moved and stood up. Someone's coming. Emotienga spread her divine sense but was stunned. This is, a powerful spiritual aura fluctuation came from the sky. It was definitely not Qin Shi but a nascent soul cultivator. The two of them glanced at each other. Jing Xingji only had time to say, late-stage nascent soul, a powerful spiritual aura pressure came down from above. A black cloud floated over. Emotienga looked up and saw that familiar black cloud. Her expression froze. Master Song Feng. It's them. An arrogant hoarse voice came from the black cloud. Next to the black cloud, Nia Wushang's indifferent expression swept over Jing Xingji and Emotienga. Yes, Master. Although Master Song Feng's body was hidden in the black cloud, Emotienga could still feel his malicious gaze sweeping over her and Jing Xingji's clothes. She didn't change out of Xianqing School's Daoist robes on this trip, so she couldn't avoid it now. They'd cautiously left the place where they parted ways with Nia Wushang, but they were still easily found. Emotienga felt a chill rising from her heart. She'd lived for more than 80 years and cultivated until she reached the core formation realm. She'd encountered many dangerous situations and experienced many life-or-death crises, but she'd never been as nervous as she was now. The #1 cultivator in the celestial pole, the #1 person in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, in front of Master Song Feng, even if she was already in the core formation realm, she was still like an aura-refining cultivator, vulnerable at the first blow. She closed her eyes and silently ran the soul-refining art. Only then did she calm down under Master Song Feng's spiritual aura pressure. At this time, Jing Xingji gave her a meaningful look. Mo Tiange could see he was telling her not to act rashly. Master Song Feng's lazy voice came from the black cloud. "Girl, are you the disciple of that old man Qin Jinghe?" Mo Tiange's expression didn't change. She didn't even have to salute and answered calmly, "Yes, Senior is Master Song Feng." "Ha!" Master Song Feng's voice was slightly surprised. Qin Jinghe taught his disciples well. Ma Xianyin and Qin Shoujing aren't bad. Girl, your cultivation level isn't good, but you're quite courageous. Mo Tiange curled up the corners of her mouth and forced a smile. Thank you for your praise, Senior. But Senior definitely didn't come here to praise Junior, right? Junior is timid. How about Senior give Junior a quick death? Upon hearing what she said, a low, hoarse laugh came from the black cloud. Master Song Feng said, "Girl, you're quite interesting. You're much more pleasing to the eye than that old man Qin Jinghe. But it's a pity that you have a master like Qin Jinghe and a senior martial brother like Qin Shoujing. You can only consider yourself unlucky to run into my hands today." Chapter 299. Mo Tiange took a deep breath. She knew her luck had always been bad, but this time, she was unprecedentedly unlucky. Master Song Feng was the #1 late-stage nascent soul cultivator in the celestial pole. In front of him, she was just an ant at his mercy. But she was really unwilling. She had just stepped into the threshold of a high-level cultivator and had a bright future ahead of her. She also had congenial feelings for Qin Shi. This was the best moment of her life, so how could she be willing to die like this? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, but in the end, Mo Tiange asked calmly, "Senior, what do you want?" Master Song Feng's cold voice came from the black cloud. Unexpectedly, he asked, "Little girl, are you Qin Shoujing's sweetheart?" Mo Tiange was stunned. This. How did Master Song Feng know? At the same time, Nia Wushang looked surprised. She looked at Mo Tiange, full of questions. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said to Master Song Feng respectfully and carefully, "Master, this can't be, right?" "Humph." Master Song Feng let out a cold snort in displeasure. A strong gust of wind hit Nia Wushang's face, and with a "pa" sound, it solidly hit Nia Wushang's face, leaving an obvious red mark. Seeing this scene, Mo Tiange and Jing Xingji both frowned. They didn't expect this Master Song Feng to be so cruel to his disciple. Just one sentence didn't agree with him, and he was about to hit her. Nia Wushang didn't know whether it was because she was used to being hit or because her personality was like this, but she didn't make a sound after being hit. She didn't even raise her hand to cover her face and just lowered her head. "You dare to doubt me?" Nia Wushang lowered her head and answered calmly, "I don't dare. I'm just surprised." "Humph. What do you know?" Master Song Feng didn't hide his disgust and impatience toward his disciple in front of outsiders. He didn't even act like this toward Mo Tiange, his enemy's disciple. Mo Tiange and Jing Xingji looked at each other and frowned. The relationship between this master and disciple was too strange. "Senior." Jing Xingji thought about something and asked respectfully, "Please forgive Junior for talking too much. With Qin Shoujing's temperament, how could he have a sweetheart? Could it be that Senior has misunderstood?" She never expected that Jing Xingji would actually defend her in front of Master Song Feng. Although it might not necessarily be useful, Mo Tiange still felt grateful. Unfortunately, Master Song Feng wasn't polite at all. He snorted contemptuously and said, "Brat, this matter has nothing to do with your Gujin sect. It's better if you don't think you're smart. Otherwise, I won't give face to old Yuanying." For Master Song Feng, killing a core formation cultivator was nothing. Presumably, Venerable Swordsman Yuanying of Gujin sect wouldn't seek revenge on Master Song Feng for a core formation junior, no matter how talented the junior was. Jing Xingji's heart was incomparably clear. Hearing those words, he clenched his fists tightly, but in the end, he did not say anything. Master Song Feng's invisible gaze once again fell on Mo Tiange. Although this late-stage nascent soul cultivator in front of her didn't have a physical body, Mo Tiange could clearly feel his might. "Senior." Under this kind of pressure, she chose to speak first. "What advice does Senior have for me?" "How could I dare to give advice to Qingjing, his disciple?" Master Song Feng said sarcastically. Soon after, he said proudly, "You don't need to take chances. I just happened to run into Qin Jinghe and the others. Your master clearly told others that Qin Shoujing already has a sweetheart who's also his disciple. That Qin Shoujing also said he got separated from you here and was very anxious. Presumably, aside from you, there can't be anyone else in his heart, right?" Upon hearing what Master Song Feng said, Mo Tiange's heart was filled with joy. In that case, Senior Martial Brother Shoujing had already met up with Master. Then she could rest assured. With Master here, Senior Martial Brother Shoujing would definitely be fine. Thinking up to this point, although the current situation was still a dead end for her, Mo Tiange's mood became better. She smiled and said to Master Song Feng, "Since I've fallen into Senior's hands, Junior has nothing to say. I wonder how Senior will deal with Junior." Her abnormally relaxed attitude made Master Song Feng a bit puzzled. "Aren't you afraid?" "What if I'm afraid?" Mo Tiange said faintly, "Will Senior let me go if I'm afraid?" Junior has never done this kind of thing. That's a waste of energy. The black cloud was quiet for a while, but Master Song Feng's laughter came from inside. "Ha ha ha, you're really interesting, little girl. What a pity, what a pity. You just had to be that old fool Qin Jinghe's disciple." His voice turned cold, and he said with an evil smile, "Qin Jinghe's last disciple, Qin Shoujing's sweetheart. Humph, God is really on my side. If I kill you, those two people will definitely be in so much pain that they'll wish they were dead, right?" Master Song Feng's gloomy voice sent a chill down Mo Tiange's back. She composed herself and said, "Senior thinks too highly of me. Junior's master and Senior Martial Brother are both people with very firm Dao hearts. If Junior dies an unnatural death, maybe they'll be sad for a while, but for cultivators, the most important thing is still the path to immortality. Nothing will change." What she said wasn't just an excuse, it was also what she really thought. If she died, her master and Senior Martial Brother Shoujing would naturally be sad for her. However, they were all cultivators, and for cultivators, what could be more important than the Great Tao? No matter how sad something was, it would pass. Only the Great Tao was the supreme pursuit. Thinking up to this point, Mo Tiange suddenly felt a bit depressed. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. Could it be that after confessing her feelings, she also became sentimental? What was so strange about that? They were cultivators. For cultivators, there might be unforgettable feelings, but they wouldn't be in so much pain that they'd wish they were dead. "Master." Nia Wusheng, who was standing next to the black cloud, suddenly spoke. She stared at Mo Tiange and said, "Master, if you want to kill her, can you let disciple do it?" Fellow Daoist Nia. Jing Xingji couldn't help but say, You, Nia Wuxiang's gaze swept over them, but it didn't linger on Jing Xingji. She only looked respectfully at the black cloud. After a while, Master Song Feng's voice came from the black cloud. Do you want to compete with her? Nia Wuxiang said faintly, disciple didn't defeat her several decades ago, so I'm not convinced. I hope Master can help me. Mo Tiange couldn't help but glance at Nia Wuxiang. Her expression was very calm. Mo Tiange couldn't tell whether she wanted to help her or not. However, if Master Song Feng agreed to this matter, it would definitely be beneficial to her. Although Nia Wuxiang was formidable, it wouldn't be a problem for her to hold on for less than an hour. At that time, Master Song Feng's cold interrupted her thoughts, but she heard him say, who said I wanted to kill her? What he said stunned Mo Tiange and the other two. Nia Wuxiang was even more stunned for a while. She then said with some uncertainty, Master, don't kill her. As soon as she finished speaking, another gust of strong wind swept past, leaving another red mark on her fair cheeks. Master Song Feng's impatient voice rang out. You dare to guess this old man's thoughts? Nia Wuxiang shut her mouth, lowered her head, and said nothing. This master and disciple really didn't look like master and disciple. Nia Wuxiang's respect towards Master Song Feng was more of fear, and Master Song Feng didn't cherish Nia Wuxiang at all. It could even be said that even a servant wouldn't lower himself to this extent, let alone a disciple. Mo Tiange suddenly understood what Nia Wuxiang said when they met. With such a master, it was no wonder she envied her good life. In comparison, her life was indeed much better. Master had never said a harsh word to her and was always considerate of her. Mo Tiange didn't hate Nia Wuxiang because they were originally on opposite sides, so it was normal for Nia Wuxiang to turn around and tell her master about her whereabouts. Of course, she didn't love Nia Wuxiang because Nia Wuxiang was her enemy. Mo Tiange wasn't a person who would waste her sympathy casually. Now, seeing Nia Wuxiang without the slightest dignity in front of Master Song Feng, Mo Tiange only felt it was a pity. It was a pity that this rather proud woman was actually Master Song Feng's disciple. Kill her. Of course, if I do that, Qin Jinghe and Qin Shoujing will definitely be in a lot of pain. But it doesn't seem that interesting. And I have to think about how to deal with this little girl. I got it. The voice in the black cloud suddenly became very strange. It sounded complacent, but it also made people's hair stand on end. Mo Tiange felt a powerful spiritual aura pressure covering her body, making her unable to move. A wave of fear that made her shiver suddenly enveloped her whole body. Little girl, you're actually quite good-looking, the voice in the black cloud said. Mo Tiange suddenly thought of a possibility. Cold sweat instantly broke out on her body. It couldn't really be like what I thought, right? TSK. The black cloud swayed. The voice was so soft that it made people's hair stand on end. Little girl, if you want to blame someone, blame your senior martial brother Shoujing. Who told you to be so coincidentally loved by him? I really want to see how he'll feel after the woman he loves loses her virginity. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shoujing, you killed my disciple, so I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to eat a fly. Ha ha ha. Mo Tiange finally heard this affirmation. She felt her brain go numb in an instant, and she almost lost her mind. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. In the end, she blurted out, You're just a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator, yet you actually want to do such a despicable thing. Despicable. Master Song Feng's voice was cold. Little girl, in this cultivation world where the weak are prey to the strong, could it be that there's still such a noble thing? Be that as it may, Senior's way of thinking is a bit too filthy. The one who spoke was Jing Xingji. His expression was extremely unsightly. Senior did such a thing to a junior. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the cultivation world? Ha 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 ha. Master Song Feng laughed. Why would I be afraid of being ridiculed? Brat, can't you tell? You're the one who should be worried. Jing Xingji was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Humph. Master Song Feng disdained to answer. The black cloud surged, and a strong wind suddenly rose around Imo Tiange and Jing Xingji, carrying a bitingly cold aura, oppressing them. Imo Tiange couldn't care about anything else. She instantly summoned the white silk handkerchief to protect her body. Then she pressed the space between her eyebrows, wanting to enter the virtual sky world. She wasn't someone who couldn't keep her cool, but Master Song Feng's words had already made her lose her mind. This kind of thing was too disgusting. However, in front of a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator, how could she make it in time? She felt her whole body go numb, and in an instant, she lost consciousness. Chapter 300. Master. Inside the fog, Qin suddenly stopped and frowned. What's wrong? Lord Daoist Jinghe asked casually. Qin sniffed the smell in the air and said, Tiange, might be sending a message. Lord Daoist Jinghe tilted his head. Qin sniffed again and finally nodded with certainty. Yes, it's Tiange. Hearing his certainty, Lord Daoist Jinghe asked curiously, is there any special communication method between you and Tiange? Qin said, sort of. I didn't expect to use it at that time. Master, follow this smell. Tiange must be there. Lord Daoist Jinghe also sniffed. The smell in the air was very similar to the smell of flowers and plants. If he didn't pay attention, he might think it was the smell of nearby flowers and plants, but if he smelled it carefully, it seemed very unique. Since this guy was so sure, it must be his personal property. Following this smell, the two of them walked forward slowly. At first, they had to take their time to distinguish the smell, but as the smell became stronger, they walked faster and faster. The fog gradually faded, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them left the fog. Lord Daoist Jinghe said in surprise, this girl, she came out a long time ago. Qin was also very happy to see this. She's always been smart. I wonder what method she thought of. As they spoke, the two of them stopped. This was the place with the strongest smell. At the same time, Qin also found a pile of black ash on the ground, proving that the smell really came from here. But the strange thing was there was no one around. He spread his divine sense, but there was no one within dozens of miles. Master. Qin was puzzled. Did you find anyone around? Lord Daoist Jinghe shook his head. No. The divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator covered a large area, but there was no spiritual aura fluctuation of cultivators as far as his divine sense could reach. Lord Daoist Jinghe turned to look in the direction they came from and said, could it be that she went inside again? Probably not. Qin frowned. Tiange has always been steady. Since she sent a message here, she should be waiting for us here unless it's been too long or something happened. Something happened. Lord Daoist Jinghe looked solemn. His eyes swept the surrounding scenery like lightning, and his expression suddenly changed. Not good. What's wrong? Qin asked anxiously, Master, what did you see? Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't answer right away. With a wave of his sleeve, a wisp of faint red spiritual aura filled the air and shrouded the surroundings. Gradually, a bit of black appeared in the faint red. Qin's expression also changed. This is demonic qi. Lord Daoist Jinghe frowned. There's no devil aura at all in Immortal's ruins. This devil aura is also very different from the devil aura on Demonic Mountain. I've only seen this kind of devil aura on one person. She didn't need to say anything because he already knew. He muttered, Master Song Feng, yes. Lord Daoist Jinghe's expression darkened. Master Song Feng was here. Shi's complexion turned even paler. He almost didn't dare to imagine what had happened. Master Song Feng had been here, but Mo Tiange wasn't there. She was in the early stage of the core formation realm, the #1 cultivator in the celestial pole. Don't worry. Lord Daoist Jinghe comforted him and took something out of his robe. It was a very small lamp, only the size of a palm. The light inside the lampshade was very bright. This was Mo Tiange's natal primordial spirit lamp. Lord Daoist Jinghe asked her for her blood essence to make it. As long as she was alive, this lamp would always be on. Seeing that the lamp was bright, Lord Daoist Jinghe smiled. You see, her natal lamp is fine, so she must be fine. There's no trace of fighting around, so maybe Tiange has already escaped. Right. She nodded. After taking a deep breath, he pulled himself together. Master, let's look for her again. Maybe Tiange was taken away by Master Song Feng, or maybe she's smart and ran away. Although the latter possibility was very low, it wasn't completely impossible. The fact that her natal lamp was so bright showed that she was still in good condition, which was a good thing. There were no traces of fighting around, so maybe Master Song Feng just took her away. Lord Daoist Jinghe was gratified to see that she could still maintain his composure and didn't panic. Since it was Tiange who sent the message, can we follow this smell to find her again? She thought for a moment. We can try. He got this amber when he got the Yang spiritual bead years ago. It was an ancient object, and he didn't know its use at first. Once, he accidentally burned it with real fire and found that its smell was special and could spread very far, so he thought it could be used to send messages. When he gave it to Tiange, he didn't think too much. He just thought the amber was very beautiful and rare in the world, so he wanted to please her. Unexpectedly, Tiange didn't pay attention to the amber among the pile of things, which made him feel lost for a long time. Now the amber actually came in handy, which was a pleasant surprise. It was much more difficult to follow the smell to find her again. The smell was getting fainter and fainter, and it was difficult to distinguish it. They kept looking and kept looking back. As time passed, Mo Tiange's natal lamp seemed to show signs of weakening, so they couldn't help but become more and more anxious. The most terrible thing was that no matter how they looked, the most likely place for Tiange to go was still in the fog. When the appointed time with Lord Daoist Huayan came, they still couldn't find Mo Tiange. Lord Daoist Jinghe had no choice but to send a message to Lord Daoist Huayan to find her together. In that case, if they met Master Song Feng, they might have a chance. Lord Daoist Huayan didn't have any objection. Mo Tiange wasn't an ordinary disciple. With her talent, she would definitely become the pillar of the new generation of Xianqing school in 100 years. As a Lord Daoist of the nascent soul realm, he should consider the interests of the school. However, they didn't have much time. The two Lord Daoists and the two nascent soul cultivators of Tiandao sect had an appointment to go to Jade Palace in Immortal's ruins. There was still half a day before their meeting. If they missed it, it would be hard to explain. Soon after, the three of them met, and Lord Daoist Huayan asked, Senior Martial Brother Jinghe, what's going on? Why was Qingwei taken by Master Song Feng? Lord Daoist Jinghe said, we'll talk about it later. Junior Martial Brother Huayan, we don't have much time. Let's go find her first. Lord Daoist Huayan nodded and said, okay. Lord Daoist Jinghe and Lord Daoist Huayan each took out their flying magic weapons and disappeared into the fog in the blink of an eye. Mo Tiange felt like she was dreaming, a bizarre and painful dream. Master. She heard a familiar voice with some anxiety. Isn't this too? With a heavy bang, an old, hoarse voice said angrily, What? Do you sympathize with her? I don't dare. Humph. Since you don't dare, do it. Yes. Then she heard light footsteps, then she was helped up, and something was stuffed into her mouth. It was some bean-like things. She was afraid instinctively that she shouldn't swallow these things. She was worried that this person would force her to swallow them, but this person just lifted her chin and put one hand on her throat. Those things didn't slide in. But as time went by, the things in her mouth seemed to ooze juice and slowly flowed down her throat. Then, she felt that her remaining rationality was gone. Her whole body became hot, as if she was melting in the flames. The three of them flew back and forth for a long time. The smell became fainter and fainter, but they still couldn't find Mo Tiange. She was very anxious. He knew it was very important for Master and Martial Uncle Huayan to go to Jade Palace. If they couldn't find Mo Tiange when the time was up, Martial Uncle Huayan wouldn't be willing to waste time. The longer they waited, the more dangerous it would be for Mo Tiange. Master. He turned around and only said one sentence, but Lord Daoist Jinghe raised his hand to stop him. Lord Daoist Jinghe was also very anxious. The matter of Jade Palace was related to his chance to advance to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, but he also valued Mo Tiange's life. He didn't want to give up either. But when the time was up, he had to give up one of them. Lord Daoist Jinghe's expression changed for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and said, It's too late. This is the only way. For a moment, she didn't know what Lord Daoist Jinghe meant. Lord Daoist Huayan's expression changed when he saw Lord Daoist Jinghe taking out a natal lamp from his bosom. Senior Martial Brother, this will affect your strength. Lord Daoist Jinghe was unmoved. He said faintly, I can still afford to lose this bit of strength. Junior Martial Brother Huayan, you don't need to say more. After that, he pressed the space between his eyebrows and was about to cast a spell. Master. However, it was Shi who stopped him. He reached out to cover the natal lamp, which was still lit but a bit weaker than before. He knew what Master wanted to do. The fog blocked divine sense, but the connection between blood essence couldn't be stopped, so Master wanted to force his own blood essence to sense Mo Tiange's location. That was absolutely impossible. Every cultivator knew the importance of blood essence. If it was lost, his strength would decline a bit. Normally, he could recover it with some time. However, the place Lord Daoist Jinghe was going to was not a small matter. There were many nascent soul cultivators. If he lost some of his strength, his chances of survival would be lower. She took a deep breath, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. Master, let me do it. You. Lord Daoist Jinghe paused. I might not be able to take you with me later. If you lose your strength, what will you do in Immortal's ruins? Shi smiled and said confidently, Master, don't you trust me? More than 80 years ago, I was only in the middle stage of the core formation realm, but I still survived in Immortal's ruins, let alone now. Lord Daoist Jinghe looked pensive, but in the end, he nodded. All right, if you have something to do, find a safe place to hide and send a message to Master. Don't take too many risks. Master, you're still worried about me. She smiled. He took Mo Tiange's natal primordial spirit lamp from Lord Daoist Jinghe, pressed the space between his eyebrows, and began to cast a spell. A spiritual light appeared between his eyebrows. Soon after, a drop of dark red blood essence was forced out of the space between his eyebrows. She carefully guided this drop of blood essence to fly towards the natal lamp, merging it with the blood essence hidden deep inside. In an instant, a strange feeling appeared in his mind. In a hazy state, everything around him seemed to be far away, but some other things were extremely clear. The natal primordial spirit lamp swayed, and its light seemed to be a bit weaker. After a moment of confusion, she became sober again, and he had a clear direction. This way. Chapter 301. The three of them flew higher and higher in the fog. Lord Daoist Huayan waved his sleeves to block an immortal aura and asked Shi with a frown, "Shoujing, are you sure? Why is it in the sky? Is it flying?" "It should be," Shi said. "I also think it's strange. The position hasn't changed. It seems to be in the sky." As they were talking, Lord Daoist Jinghe's divine sense found something. He said, "There's a mountain there." Shi and Lord Daoist Huayan immediately understood. Shi asked, "Master, is there anyone in the mountain?" Lord Daoist Jinghe shook his head. "There are too many things in the mountain. My divine sense can't explore in detail in this fog." Although the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator was much stronger and wouldn't easily get lost in this fog, the fog was so strange that divine sense couldn't play its original role. Shi understood this but didn't say much. He just sighed. On second thought, he already knew where Emotiengo was. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, he restrained himself and followed the two nascent soul Taoists. The lonely mountain finally appeared in their sight. Because of the fog, they could only see its rough outline. As soon as they approached the lonely mountain, Lord Daoist Jinghe and Lord Daoist Huayan looked at each other and frowned. Lord Daoist Jinghe whispered, "Her, something's wrong. There are two people." She didn't understand what he meant. He was happy and asked, "Master, did you feel it?" "Yes." Lord Daoist Jinghe said absent-mindedly, "It's a bit strange." "What's strange?" Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't answer this question. He shook his sleeves, and the flying magic tool suddenly sped up and flew to the top of the lonely mountain. Lord Daoist Huayan followed him without saying a word. The three of them flew close and hovered over the mountain. The top of the mountain was covered with spiritual herbs with pink ball-like flowers, swaying in the wind and exuding an intoxicating smell. She looked down and saw soybean-sized beans under the spiritual herbs. They were densely stacked layer after layer and covered the whole mountain. The rocks were long gone. Heavenly aromatic beans. Until now, he felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. It seemed that something had happened without him knowing. When Lord Daoist Jinghe and Lord Daoist Huayan saw the heavenly aromatic grasses all over the mountain, their expressions changed. But they didn't say anything. How could they say something like that before they were certain? Two people. If it was really Master Song Feng who brought Emotiengo here, his intentions were truly damned. In silence, the three of them descended to the peak. The flat mountaintop gradually became clear in the eyes of the three. Amidst the heavenly aromatic grass, the pink flower balls, and the green vines that filled the sky, a blue and white color appeared. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a robe. Shi subconsciously held his breath. In an instant, his heart was seized by panic. Blue robes, white coats, cloak. These were the clothes of Xianqing School's female disciples, but there was also a man's cyan sword robe. This was Gujin sect's uniform. Finally, there were two people submerged in the heavenly aromatic grass. Even though they were not hugging each other, even though there was a distance between them, the chaotic scene and their messy clothes were enough to explain what had happened. For a split second, Shi felt that there was nothing in his mind. He had never imagined that he would see such a scene. What had happened? Why was this happening? He wanted to calm down, but he couldn't calm down. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he staggered forward. Lord Daoish Jinghe called from behind but didn't stop him. Finally, he ran up to her. Under the pink flower balls of the heavenly aromatic grass was the familiar face he used to yearn for day and night. At this moment, her eyes were closed tightly and she was unconscious. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. He suddenly began to hate himself. Why? Why didn't I keep an eye on her at that time? Why did I let her get lost and encounter such a terrible thing? If I could have been more careful, if they could have found her earlier. But now, all he could do was reach out his trembling hands, pick her up, and hold her tightly in his arms. But even so, what happened couldn't be erased. Lord Daoish Jinghe caught up and sighed when he saw this scene. Calm down. She didn't answer as if he hadn't heard anything. Lord Daoist Huayan walked closer, glanced around, and fixed his eyes on another unconscious person. He snorted coldly. Gujin sect. Who is this? How dare you? Lord Daoish Jinghe wasn't a kind person. Seeing this scene, he was already burning with anger, but he managed to suppress it because Shi's reaction wasn't right. When he heard Lord Daoist Huayan's words, he waved his sleeve, and a spiritual aura shot out, hitting Jing Xingji's body firmly. Jing Xingji groaned, spat out a mouthful of blood, and passed out again. Lord Daoish Jinghe turned around and called out. She didn't move. He just held Imo Tiange motionlessly. Lord Daoish Jinghe frowned, stepped forward, and put his hand on Shi's shoulder. Wake up. After a long time, Shi's eyes finally moved, and he found that there were tears in his eyes. He wiped them away, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress his emotions. Master, I'm fine. Because of what happened, he couldn't let anything happen to him. Seeing that she came back to his senses, Lord Daoish Jinghe breathed a sigh of relief and said gently, It's good that you understand. Don't worry. Tiange is fine. It should be because of the drug. She'll wake up in a while. Shi lowered his head and answered, carefully pulling Imo Tiange's clothes. During this process, he didn't look at Jing Xingji next to him. Lord Daoish Jinghe paused and asked tentatively, What are you going to do? If you want to kill this boy, I'll do it now. A murderous aura flashed in Shi's eyes, but he suppressed it in the end. No need. I still have something to ask him. If I want to kill him, I'll do it myself. All right. Lord Daoish Jinghe was silent for a while. He looked at Imo Tiange, and a meaningful light flashed in his eyes. He asked slowly, What do you think, after this happened? She sat blankly for a while and seemed to hear what Lord Daoish Jinghe said. He held the unconscious Imo Tiange in his arms and said faintly, Master, what do you want to hear? Lord Daoish Jinghe couldn't say it for a while, so he thought about it and changed his words. You don't care. Shi clenched his fists as if he was trying his best to suppress himself. But after a while, he still couldn't suppress himself, so he suddenly slapped his palm down. His spiritual aura was turbulent, tearing all the heavenly aromatic grasses around him to pieces. How could I not care? He said through clenched teeth, glaring fiercely at Jing Xingji not far from him. I wish I could kill him and tear him into pieces. I want to grind Master Song Fang's bones into ashes even more. But doing that will only let me vent my hatred. Things have already happened. If Tiange wakes up, she'll definitely be the one suffering the most. So you don't mind? She didn't answer this question. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Master, don't ask me. My mind is in a mess right now. Chapter 302. She never thought such a thing would happen one day. From the day Yi Hai entrusted his daughter to him more than 80 years ago, Mo Tiange's safety was his responsibility. When he returned from Demonic Mountain injured, he sent Yi Jingwen to the secular world to pick up the little girl. Unfortunately, her uncle, Yi Jiang, chose to escape with her. At that time, he thought it was the Yi family's own choice. In that case, he didn't violate his oath, so he didn't need to worry about it. Therefore, during those 10 years, he never looked for the whereabouts of the uncle and nephew. Later, when he met her in Yunhu's sect and discovered that she was the little girl from back then, he thought he still couldn't escape this responsibility. Since he met her again, for Yi Hai's sake, he had to protect her in the future. Then he would take her back to Xianqing school and let his master accept her as his disciple. He would watch her grow up step by step, and he would be moved little by little. The current Mo Tiange was no longer the little girl from back then. She was already a core formation cultivator and had grown to the point where she had the strength to protect herself. He also thought he could finally change his identity from her protector to her lover. But he never expected that the reality would be so cruel. He just wanted to change his identity, and she, who he had protected for so many years, was hurt like this. Why did this happen? He didn't need to think too much to guess the reason. Master Song Feng hated him and his master. He happened to meet Mo Tiange alone, so he retaliated on her. If it weren't for them, Master Song Feng wouldn't even look at a little core formation cultivator, let alone come up with such a sinister idea. For so many years, he always thought he was her protector, but he didn't expect that the purine constitution he worried about didn't bring disaster to her. In the end, she suffered this kind of thing because of him. Boy, you don't have to blame yourself. Hearing his master's voice, he smiled sadly and said softly, "Rest assured, master. I know what to do." "Shoujing, you really don't have to blame yourself," Lord Daoist Huayan said with a faint smile. "Qingwei's primordial yin is still there, which means the thing you worried about didn't happen." She suddenly looked up at Lord Daoist Huayan and then at his master. The two nascent soul Lord Daoists both had smiles on their faces, which didn't seem fake. "Master." He cast a pleading gaze towards Lord Daoist Jinghe. "Martial Uncle Huayan. Is what he said true?" Lord Daoist Jinghe smiled. "Of course it's true. Otherwise, I would have already killed this brat. Why would I still ask you?" "That's right." With Master's violent personality, if something like this had happened to his disciple, even if Jing Xingji had been tricked, he would definitely kill him to vent his anger. How could he still be so calm? He was the one who became excited when he saw the scene in front of him, so he naturally thought. Tiange was in the same realm as him now. He couldn't see whether her primordial yin was still there or not, but his master and martial uncle Huayan could. Realizing this, she was ecstatic for a moment, then angry for a moment. He shouted, "Master, did you do this on purpose?" Lord Daoist Jinghe burst into laughter and said complacently, "Brat, no matter how smart you are, you're still a layman when it comes to this kind of thing. Master can tell at a glance." She wanted to get angry, but after experiencing the misunderstanding just now and learning the truth, he only felt incomparably happy. Even though he was ridiculed by Lord Daoist Jinghe, he couldn't make an angry expression, so his face twisted. On the side, Lord Daoist Huayan stroked his beard with a smile. He also thought it was very interesting. However, he was more like a senior than Lord Daoist Jinghe. After laughing for a while, he said, "Senior Martial Brother Jinghe, since Qingwei has been found and is fine, we should go to Jade Palace to meet them." "Oh, right." Lord Daoish Jinghe stopped laughing and said to Qinshi seriously, Jade Palace is too dangerous, so it's not convenient for me to take you there. Since Tiange is fine, I'll leave the rest to you. Qinshi knew the trip to Jade Palace was very important to his master. His master had been stuck in the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul realm for many years and hadn't had a chance to advance. He came to Demonic Mountain this time because there were precious treasures in Jade Palace in Immortal's ruins. Master, don't worry. When Tiange wakes up, we'll go find her father's remains and go back. We won't stay here for long. It's good that you know what to do. This time, the restrictions on Demonic Mountain are unstable, so it's not good to stay here for long. Lord Daoish Jinghe paused, took out several things from his robe, and handed them to him. There's not much time, and Tiange hasn't woken up yet, so I won't take you out. I've marked the path just now. Just follow the compass, and you won't get lost again. Yes, Master. Qinshi took these things and put them away without any nonsense. In addition to the compass, there were several magic weapons and talismans, all of which were his master's treasures. He just used his blood essence to protect himself. After thinking for a while, he asked again, Master, is Master Song Feng also going to Jade Palace? Lord Daoish Jinghe's face darkened. Most likely. What else can catch his eye except Jade Palace? He sneered. Tiange is fine, but this is definitely his plot. If I meet him again, I'll have to settle accounts with him. Senior Marshal Brother Jinghe. Lord Daoist Huayan frowned worriedly. Master Song Feng is indeed powerful. I'm afraid the two of us are no match for him, right? What are you afraid of? Lord Daoish Jinghe said faintly, we're not the only ones who want to deal with him. There'll always be an opportunity. Lord Daoist Huayan was speechless. He thought for a while and nodded with a sigh. He had a grudge against Master Song Feng. Even if this didn't happen, he would still fight with him. What was there to be afraid of? Master, it's dangerous on Demonic Mountain. You and Marshal Uncle Huayan should protect yourselves first. As for Master Song Feng, Qinshi's face was full of killing intent. After this trip, I'll advance to the nascent soul realm, and I'll deal with him sooner or later. Good. Lord Daoish Jinghe patted him on the shoulder and laughed. You're ambitious. You're indeed my disciple. I'm not as strong as him, but all my disciples are better than him. Qinshi smiled. Master, you and Marshal Uncle Huayan should go quickly. It'll be too late if you don't go now. Lord Daoish Jinghe rolled his eyes, glanced at Jing Xingji, who was seriously injured by him, and asked, what about this boy? What are you going to do? Qinshi glanced at Jing Xingji, who vomited blood after being beaten by Lord Daoish Jinghe, and said faintly, there are some things I have to ask him. All right. Lord Daoish Jinghe knew he had an idea, so he didn't care anymore. In the end, he said, go out as soon as possible. Don't stay too long. Qinshi nodded and watched him and Lord Daoist Huayan take out their flying magic weapons and leave together. When the figures of the two nascent soul Lord Daoists disappeared, Qinshi looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel angry. Although it didn't really happen, the scene in front of him showed that Jing Xingji definitely took advantage of Tiange. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to hit Jing Xingji. But Jing Xingji had some friendship with him, and he needed an explanation from him, so he could only endure it for now. He looked down at Tiange. She was still unconscious. He felt her pulse and checked her condition. Indeed, as Master said, she wasn't injured. It was probably because of the drug that she hadn't woken up yet. He thought for a moment, picked up Tiange's clothes, and put them on her. Only now did he understand Lord Daoist Jinghe's meaning. Tiange's outer clothes weren't there, but her underwear was still intact. Obviously, she wasn't violated. Sure enough, Master had sharp eyes and found the key point at a glance. As for Qin Shi, he lost his sense of propriety as soon as he saw the scene in front of him. But this was too strange. If Master Song Feng was determined to make Tiange lose her chastity, why did he leave her and Jing Xingji here? There were heavenly aromatic grasses everywhere. If the two of them were really affected, why did the two of them pass out here in the end? Did an accident happen, or were they stopped by others? Of course, it was also possible that everything was wrong. After all, Master Song Feng's involvement was just their guess. Just as he thought up to this point, he heard a groan. He looked up and saw Jing Xingji moving his hands and feet. He woke up. Jing Xingji felt his head hurt, and his chest hurt even more. He knew he was injured, but he didn't know what happened. He closed his eyes and gasped for breath for a while. When he felt his breathing was a bit smoother, he opened his eyes with difficulty. The moment he opened his eyes, he was startled. Qin Shi was sitting not far away, holding Imo Tiange and staring at him coldly with cold eyes. Although Qin Shi had never been friendly to him, his gaze carried a hint of anger. Then he realized something was wrong with his body, so he lowered his head and scared himself again. He was actually half naked. This. Jing Xingji opened his mouth and found his voice was extremely hoarse. He gulped then asked, "What happened?" Qin Shi sneered. "Don't you remember?" His tone made Jing Xingji frown. He looked at his half-naked appearance then looked at Qin Shi's posture of protecting Imo Tiange. Suddenly, some memories flashed in his mind, and he was greatly shocked. Seeing that Jing Xingji seemed to remember something, the anger in Qin Shi's heart intensified. He stared at Jing Xingji coldly but didn't say a word. Under his gaze, Jing Xingji wanted to defend himself, but he felt he had nothing to say. He had no choice. Things had already happened, and he already knew what this junior martial sister meant to Qin Shoujing. What was the point of saying this? After a long time, he said, "If you want to kill me, I have nothing to say." "So, you also think you deserve to die?" "Of course not." Jing Xingji looked up and said, "I don't think I did anything wrong. I didn't want to do this. Although I like beauties, I'm not interested in other people's women. However, things have already happened, and I don't want to shirk any responsibility. If you want to kill me to vent your anger, I have nothing to say. Of course, I won't not fight back." After a moment of silence, Qin Shi said, "You didn't want to." "Yes, we ran into Master Song Feng. He hated you and your master, so he vented his anger on your junior martial sister. He brought us here and fed us heavenly aromatic beans, so..." What Jing Xingji said was consistent with their guesses. However, from what he said, it seemed that he didn't know what happened in the end. What was going on? Qin Shi was confused. Chapter 303. After a long silence, "What do you remember?" Qin Shi's question startled Jing Xingji. Remember what? He remembered being restrained by Master Song Feng, brought here, forced to eat heavenly aromatic beans, and seeing Imo Qingwei in a daze. At first, he was still rational and tried his best to restrain himself, but before he could think of a way, the drug took effect. He only thought it was a woman, so he tried to pull her clothes. Unexpectedly, she was still rational and resisted. Then, he felt a headache and lost consciousness, right? Jing Xingji suddenly jumped up, looked down at his body, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was half naked, his lower body was intact. He was scared by his own memory just now, but it seemed he didn't do anything. Although he wasn't Qin Shoujing's best friend, he really felt uncomfortable sleeping with his woman. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Thinking of this, a thought flashed in Jing Xingji's mind, and he asked, "You knew? Nothing happened between us?" Qin Shi showed a faint smile, feeling relieved. Since Jing Xingji said so, it seemed nothing really happened. If something happened to Emotianga, he wouldn't mind, but it would be very cruel for both him and Emotianga. "Are you sure nothing happened?" he asked again. When Jing Xingji saw his expression, he let out a sigh of relief. He took out a healing medicinal pill and swallowed it. When his injuries recovered a little, he went to pick up his clothes and said impatiently, "I've suffered a great loss. I've lost so much face, but all I did was strip your woman's clothes." Hearing this, Qin Shi's face darkened, and he said coldly, "You still dare to say that?" Not to mention stripping her clothes, he was furious even if he was hit once. If this person wasn't Jing Xingji, he would beat him up to vent his anger even if he didn't kill him. Qin Shi took a deep breath and swallowed his anger. He then asked slowly, "What happened in the end? Since Master Song Feng deliberately retaliated against us, why are you all fine?" Jing Xingji put on his clothes and carefully recalled everything he remembered. "In the end," he said, "I felt like someone knocked me out." "Someone?" Qin Shi was puzzled. Who else would come here? This kind of lonely peak was extremely high, and it was also shrouded in fog. Unless it was intentional, who would come up here? If someone came here casually, Master Song Feng wouldn't have chosen such a place. Jing Xingji thought for a while, then shook his head. "Your junior sister seems to be better than me. Ask her when she wakes up. Maybe she knows." And Qin Shi answered, but he continued to stare at him without saying anything. Jing Xingji felt a chill run down his spine. "I've already said that I haven't touched her. You're not thinking of killing me to vent your anger, are you?" Qin Shi said coldly, "You didn't touch her, but you were the one who took off her clothes, right? You can't blame me for this." Jing Xingji said confidently. "Don't tell me you're going to argue about this too. I didn't even get to kiss her." Jing Xingji's words made Qin Shi feel a bit better. He looked at Emotianga in his arms, paused for a while, then said, "I don't want to kill you to vent my anger, but I also don't want her to see you again. You should leave first." Jing Xingji sighed and said, "I know you've already shown mercy to me, and I'm not an ungrateful person. Since that's the case, let's meet again." He no longer nagged. He stood up, picked up his things, rode his flying sword, and flew away. Fortunately, Master Song Feng probably didn't care about the two core formation cultivators' things, so he didn't pick up their Qinkun bags. Otherwise, it would really be a big loss. The two of them weren't ordinary core formation cultivators, and the treasures they had on them couldn't be compared to ordinary core formation cultivators. Jing Xingji walked far away, and Qin Shi withdrew his gaze. The matter was temporarily resolved, but it was far from over. Even if this kind of thing didn't happen in the end, it would still hurt Emotianga. Now, he only hoped that Emotianga's state of mind wasn't affected. In addition, Master Song Feng's move was really sinister. If it really happened, even if he caught Emotianga and killed her, it still wouldn't be as disgusting as this move. Master always said this person was the #1 cultivator in the celestial pole, but in fact, he was neither human nor ghost. He was psychopathic and wasn't a normal person since a long time ago. Sure enough, he was right. After an unknown amount of time, Emotianga woke up from the darkness. After regaining consciousness, the first thing she felt was a headache, a splitting headache. "You're awake." A gentle voice came into her ears. It was Qin Shi. "Senior Marshal Brother." She called out and reached out her hand. Just as she was about to say something, some scene suddenly flashed in her mind. Her eyes widened and she jumped up in fright. When she opened her eyes, the person she saw was indeed Qin Shi. Seeing her panicked look, Qin Shi comforted her with gentle words. Don't be afraid. It's okay now. You're safe now. His gentleness calmed Emotianga down a little, but when she recalled what happened before she fainted, she couldn't stay calm. She grabbed Qin Shi's clothes, raised her head, and asked in panic, Senior Marshal Brother, did I? No. Qin Shi knew what she wanted to ask, so he hugged her without hesitation. Nothing happened. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You'll be fine, no. Emotianga shook her head in despair. You don't know what happened. Master Song Feng, he. Jing Xingji. She was almost incoherent. I know. Qin Shi hugged her tightly and comforted her. I know what you're saying. Don't be afraid. It's really okay. You're fine. Nothing happened. Feel it, isn't it? Such comforting and hugging comforted Emotianga. She listened to him and felt that her clothes were intact and there was nothing wrong with her body. Then she slowly calmed down and muttered to herself, No, nothing happened. Nothing, yes, nothing. Nothing happened. Qin Shi patted her back and repeated softly. Emotianga's mood gradually eased from his gentle voice. She leaned on his shoulder and tried to calm down. After a long time, she finally felt that everything was true. Nothing terrible really happened to her. She finally returned to normal and asked, Senior Marshal Brother, how did you find this place? I thought you and Master couldn't find me. When she was brought here by Master Song Feng and fed with heavenly aromatic beans, her heart was full of despair. She fervently hoped that Master and him would come to save her, but even when she lost her mind, they still didn't come. Feeling her trembling, Qin Shi hugged her tighter and hated Master Song Feng even more in his heart. Emotianga had always been very courageous, but this time, she was so scared. It could be imagined how frightened and desperate she was at that time. It was Master who thought of a way. He didn't mention that he used his blood essence and only said, We found this place. Fortunately, you're fine. Did you guys save me in time? No. When we arrived, you and Jing Xingji were already unconscious. Seeing that her mood had returned to normal, Qin Shi told her in detail what he saw when he arrived. He especially explained that only her outer clothes were torn, but her undergarments were intact and there was a distance between her and Jing Xingji's. Emotianga listened to him one by one, lost in thought. When Qin Shi finished, she asked, Did you see anyone else besides us? No. This question puzzled Qin Shi. He said, Jing Xingji said someone seemed to have knocked him out. Do you still remember? Emotianga slowly recalled. At that time, Nia Wushang showed mercy to her. She didn't actually swallow those heavenly aromatic beans, but some juice flowed into her body, so she was affected. After feeding them heavenly aromatic beans, Master Song Feng laughed and walked away. She wanted to save them by herself, but she finally spat out all the heavenly aromatic beans in her mouth. She didn't know what Master Song Feng did to her body, but her cultivation level was restricted and her mind was also affected. She was in a daze and couldn't use her strength. Then Jing Xingji pounced on her and tore her clothes. She resisted desperately, but when she thought she couldn't escape, her strength suddenly disappeared. She couldn't hold on anymore and passed out. Right. She suddenly remembered that before she passed out, she seemed to have heard a sigh. That voice was a bit familiar. She grabbed Qin Shi's clothes and said, It's Nia Wushang. She saved me. Nia Wushang. Who was she? Nia Wushang is Master Song Feng's disciple. We met her before, and she was also the one who led Master Song Feng here. Thinking of Nia Wusheng, Mo Tiange didn't know whether she should hate her or be grateful. Master Song Feng was led here by her, but in the end, she was able to survive because she extended a helping hand. She listened to her slowly talk about what happened after the two of them were separated, as well as some things she still remembered. In the end, she said, it should be Nia Wusheng. She came back later and knocked Jing Xingji unconscious. I recognize her voice. She was silent for a moment then said, fortunately. Master Song Feng really deserved it. If he didn't treat his disciple like that, how could this Miss Nia take the risk to save you? In my opinion, when you escaped from the fog with her, she reported it to her master. I just didn't expect Master Song Feng to come up with such a shameless idea. He paused for a moment then continued, even if she also had a part in this matter, she saved you after all. If we meet her in the future, we should be lenient. Mo Tiange nodded then sighed. She's also a pitiful person. Master Song Feng didn't treat her like a disciple. Even if she was a servant, he wouldn't treat her like this. She smiled then bent down and hugged her tightly. I'm just glad that you're really okay. After the disaster, this kind of hug made Mo Tiange feel very satisfied. The two of them hugged for a while, then she suddenly asked, Senior Marshal Brother, if this kind of thing really happened, what would you do? She didn't let go of her, so Mo Tiange couldn't see his expression. After a while, she only heard him say, of course I'd tear Master Song Feng into pieces. This wasn't the answer Mo Tiange wanted to hear, so she asked again, what about me? Would you still want me? This time, she didn't answer for a long time. It was so long that Mo Tiange felt disappointed. Then she heard him chuckle and let go of her. He looked her in the eyes and said with incomparable sincerity, no matter what you look like or what happened to you, you're Mo Tiange. I love you, so I absolutely won't abandon you. This was the first time he said he loved her. Although none of these things happened, although it was just a promise, Mo Tiange felt she was still willing to believe him and believe he didn't lie. Chapter 304. The most dangerous place on Demonic Mountain was Immortal's ruins, and the most mysterious place in Immortal's ruins was Jade Palace. The two of them talked about their feelings after they parted. When Mo Tiange heard Lord Daoist Jinghe went to Jade Palace, she asked about it. She said, Jade Palace is said to be the immortal residence where immortals rested during the Great War between immortals and demons, so the fallen immortals were buried nearby, forming Immortal's ruins. There are many relics left by immortals in Jade Palace. Although most of them are damaged and some of them are too dense for cultivators like us to use, there are also some strange things. If you get them, it'll be a great fated chance. Mo Tiange knew a little about this, but it seemed a bit unusual this time. Aside from Jade Palace, there are also many treasures in other places on Demonic Mountain, right? Why did all the nascent soul cultivators go to Jade Palace this time? She said with a smile, naturally, they got some news that there are rare treasures in Jade Palace. At this point, a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes, and he said with uncertainty, Master told me that a treasure appeared in the Jade Palace last time. For nascent soul cultivators like them, it might be able to break through in one go, so this time, many nascent soul cultivators want to go to the Jade Palace to try their luck. It's actually such a treasure. Mo Tiange was very surprised. The higher one's cultivation level was, the fewer treasures that could advance one's cultivation level, so most nascent soul cultivators were stuck in the early stage of nascent soul. A few entered the middle stage of nascent soul, and very few entered the late stage of nascent soul. There were only 4 or 5 in the entire celestial pole in the past thousands of years. Many nascent soul cultivators reached the peak of their realm after hundreds of years of cultivation but lacked fated chances to advance. Their master, Lord Daoist Jinghe, was the same. If it was really such a treasure, it was no wonder so many nascent soul cultivators went to Jade Palace. Yes. As Qin Shi spoke, he then shook his head. But it's hard to say. Such a treasure already appeared last time. How could it be so coincidental that it appeared again this time? I'm a bit worried about Master's trip. Mo Tiange nodded, feeling a bit heavy. With so many nascent soul cultivators, if there was a conflict. But with Master's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to stay alive. The two of them pondered each other for a while, then Qin Shi said, Master knows what he's doing, so we don't need to worry about him. It's getting late. Let's retrieve your father's remains and get out of here as soon as possible. Yes. Mo Tiange stood up and pondered for a moment. She then lowered her head to look at the heavenly aromatic herbs that covered the entire mountain. Since we've encountered them, why don't we take some of these heavenly aromatic beans back? It'll be easier to exchange for the chalcedony. Qin Shi stared at these heavenly aromatic beans and recalled what she almost experienced. He felt displeased and said, What do you want them for? I've found the chalcedony. Ah. The two of them had only been apart for such a short period of time, and he already had a chalcedony. From inside his robe, Qin Shi took out the Xian Fire Jade Essence. It was sparkling, translucent, and about the size of 2 palms. Where did you get such a good chalcedony? Mo Tiange was pleasantly surprised as she took the chalcedony. This kind of chalcedony was at least several thousand years old. Furthermore, it didn't have the slightest trace of impurities. It was definitely a high-quality chalcedony. More importantly, there was enough chalcedony. Even if he failed, he could refine it again. Qin Shi smiled. The Luan and Feng duo from Biyun's sect gave it to me. In the end, it was for Master's sake. Mo Tiange raised her head and smiled. Master's reputation is really valuable. Such a big chalcedony can't be bought outside. Qin Shi also smiled. This is great. Your heaven and earth fan can finally be refined. The other materials had long been prepared. They also found the Qian stone, and now they also had the 1,000-year-old chalcedony. They could refine magic weapons after returning from Demonic Mountain. Mo Tiange put the chalcedony into her Qiankuan bag. The two of them rested for a while, then summoned their flying magic weapons, planning to leave Lonely Peak. The two of them flew into the air. Qin Shi stood on the flying cloud and looked down at the heavenly aromatic beans that covered the entire mountain. He frowned and raised his hand. Fire spiritual aura gathered in his palm, forming a fireball. With a wave of his hand, the fireball fell on the mountain peak and burst into flames. Upon seeing this, Mo Tiange shouted, You're burning all of them. These heavenly aromatic herbs had been rooted here for a longer time than the spiritual plants in her virtual sky world. Wouldn't it be a pity to burn them? Qin Shi snorted. Keeping them is also a scourge. These things might be useful to others, but for him, they were really unpleasant memories. Mo Tiange thought about it and felt he was right. Without these heavenly aromatic herbs, she wouldn't have almost experienced such a terrible thing, so she didn't say anything. The fire grew bigger and bigger, engulfing the entire peak. Soon, all the heavenly aromatic herbs were burned, and the heavenly aromatic beans in the fire made crackling sounds. Seeing that all the heavenly aromatic herbs were burned, Qin Shi held her in his arms. Let's go. Mo Tiange nodded. It was good to burn them all. Burning them made her feel better. She didn't want to recall that memory. By the way, where's Jing Xingji? She suddenly thought of this question. Qin Shi said faintly, I told him to go first. He looked down and glanced at Emotianga. I think you'll be unhappy to see him. Emotianga was touched. She really didn't want to see Jing Xingji again. It was hard for him to even think of this. The two of them followed the feng shui compass left by Lord Daoist Jinghe and smoothly went out of the fog. Lord Daoist Jinghe once said they were in the depths of Immortal's ruins. There were too many dangers and it wasn't a place core formation cultivators like them should come to. Qin Shi also knew this, so he took Emotianga back to tens of thousands of feet peak. A day later, after several close calls, the two of them finally returned to their original route. Qin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. There aren't any demonic beasts here. If we're careful, we should be able to reach our destination in half a day. Emotianga was a little excited when she thought of their destination. She nodded. The two of them walked along the rocks and entered a dense forest. Be careful. Qin Shi said, this is bone-eroding wood. Just a little bit will make you rot into a pile of bones in an instant. Emotianga was shocked. Its toxicity is so strong. If we take it out, won't it be terrible when we fight against enemies? Qin Shi shook his head. We can't take it out. Although the toxicity of this bone-eroding wood is strong, it disappears very quickly. After it's unearthed, its toxicity will completely disappear in about a day. Putting it in a jade box won't work. I see. The two of them propped up their protective spiritual aura, released their defensive magic weapons, and cautiously entered the forest. This way. Qin Shi led the way, flying close to the ground. The area of this bone-eroding wood was quite large. The two of them were afraid of touching the leaves, so it took them a long time to get out of the forest. After passing through the forest of bone-eroding wood, the scenery in front of them changed. The sky was dark, and the ground was full of holes of various sizes. Some of the holes were still burning, making the surroundings look dark red. Emotianga looked around and asked, why does this place look like this? These holes were too small, so they obviously weren't volcanoes, but there were so many of them, which was really strange. Qin Shi said, these are traces left by ancient immortals who used fire magic. Fire spell. Emotianga stared at the endless ruins, yearning in her heart. What kind of powerful spell would be able to leave behind such a huge trace? Maybe these things were only done casually by an ancient immortal. Let's go. This way. Qin Shi once again summoned his flying cloud. He pulled Emotianga, floated in the air, and slowly flew to the right. In the bone-eroding wood forest, they could only fly close to the ground, but above these holes, they could only fly high. These were fire elemental spells left behind by the immortals. They were not something that the three great true fires of today could compare to. Although the three great true fires were powerful, they were mortal fires. These were immortal fires. If the immortal cultivators were to face them, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. After flying for a while, they still hadn't flown out of the ruins, so Qin Shi suddenly descended. Senior Marshal Brother. Emotianga called out, where are we going? Qin Shi said firmly, it's down there. Emotianga looked down, but there were only several dazzling holes below, and there was no other place to go. While she was feeling bewildered, Qin Shi's flying cloud was still descending, flying into one of the holes. Senior Marshal Brother. This was an immortal fire. If it burned them, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Qin Shi held her hand and comforted her. It's okay. Don't worry. Just as the flying cloud was about to touch the immortal fire in the hole, it suddenly flew over the immortal fire and crashed into the wall of the hole. The flying cloud was extremely fast. Just as it was about to crash into the wall, Emotianga saw a cave on the wall, and the flying cloud flew into the cave in an instant. We're here. She withdrew the flying cloud, looked at the cave, and sighed. It's been more than 80 years. I didn't expect to come back here again. Tiange glanced around. Although the entrance of the cave was very small, the inside of the cave was very spacious. She was surrounded by dark red rock walls, which looked terrifying. Is this the place where my father died? Tiange couldn't help but walk inside. After walking for a while, she stopped. At the bottom of the cave, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform lay a withered skeleton. Scattered clothes hung on the body, and it was clean without any flesh, leaving only white bones. Tiange couldn't move her eyes away from this skeleton. She slowly moved until she reached the stone platform and gently knelt down. Father, I finally get to see you. Although it was just a skeleton and she couldn't see any traces of her father, Tiange still couldn't help but cry. She remembered many, many things: her lonely childhood, her sick mother, the days when she and her mother depended on each other for survival. At that time, she longed for her father to come back and live happily with her family. But he didn't come back even when her mother passed away. At that time, it wasn't that she didn't hate her father, but she always thought that maybe her father also had his own difficulties. It wasn't that he didn't come to pick her up, but he definitely had other things to do. She guessed the result correctly, but she didn't guess the reason correctly. It wasn't that her father didn't come to pick her up because he had other things to do, but he died here. Before he died, he entrusted her to the only person he could trust. Unfortunately, due to a strange combination of factors, she wandered from place to place for 10 years. Finally, the person he entrusted her to found her, sheltered her for several decades, and even became her lover. She gently knelt down beside her. Brother Yi, this is probably the last time I'll call you Brother Yi. Today, I came here because Tiange came to collect your remains, and I also came to give you an explanation. I've done what I promised you all these years. Tiange has already grown up and become a core formation cultivator. My responsibility has finally come to an end today. He turned to look at Tiange, smiled, and held her hand tightly. He then continued to say, Brother Yi, that day, you said that if your daughter had a purine constitution and spiritual roots, I'd be in charge of dual cultivation. I'm well aware of what you're implying. Although today's result is the same, I want to make it clear to you that Tiange and I love each other, so this has nothing to do with you. You can rest assured. Chapter 305. After a simple ceremony with Qin Shi, Tiange apologized to the skeleton and put it into the jar she prepared one by one, preparing to take it back to the secular world and bury it with her mother. When she was traveling in the foundation building realm, she wanted to go back to the Mo family's village. At that time, she had already entered the territory of Jin, but she was attracted by the spiritual aura fluctuation of Ziwei's Immortal's cave. It had been 76 years since she went back. 76 years. Her grandparents and uncles must have turned into skeletons, and Tianjun and the others must have died, right? She didn't know if her mother's grave was taken care of. In a few days, she planned to go back to the Mo family's village in Jin to move her mother's remains and second uncle's ashes back to the Yi family's ancestral grave. After putting away her father's remains, Tiange looked up and carefully looked at the cave they hid in. The rock walls were illuminated by the immortal fire, which was very hot. Did you hide here? Qin Shi crouched down and poked the corner with the 3-yang real fire sword as if he was looking for something. When he heard her voice, he answered, when the restrictions on Demonic Mountain collapsed, your father and I hid in tens of thousands of feet peak. After things stabilized a bit, we found we couldn't get out, so we went to Immortal's ruins. The reason I came here is because I want to cultivate a secret technique. At that time, your father was seriously injured. If we left him alone, he wouldn't have lived for more than a few days. He saved me on the way, so I brought him here. I see. This was indeed the best place to practice Yang spells. Fire was the most important element of Yang, especially since this place was full of immortal fire. After a while, Qin breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. I finally found it. Mo Tiange asked curiously, what are you looking for? Qin walked back and spread his hands. Here, it's this. Several pitch-black stones lay in his palm. Mo Tiange picked one up and felt the heat was pressing down on her. She thought about it and was surprised. Are these fire essence stones? Qin nodded with a smile. Yes, they are. The so-called fire essence stone was a kind of ore produced in places with abundant real fire and was commonly known as the essence of fire. In the beginning, the fire essence stone was red. As the real fire essence stone burned for a long time, the red became darker and darker until it finally turned black. These fire essence stones were pitch black in color. Clearly, they were of the highest grade. This is what you want to get? Yes. Qin said, back then, I found fire pith stones in this fire pit. I tried my best to take them out of the immortal fire, but the fire was still too strong. I couldn't take them away, so I hid them here. So, you wanted to come back then. There's nothing we can do about it. Back then, you left in such a hurry that you didn't even take your father's corpse with you. Naturally, you have to come back. When he mentioned this matter, Mo Tiange once again recalled what he said. Right, what did my father promise you back then? Why did you say that the matter of dual cultivation is up to you? Upon hearing this, Qin coughed and looked away. Upon noticing that his face was a bit red, Mo Tiange became even more curious. What? Is there something you can't say? There's no harm in telling you. Qin smiled and said slowly, no matter which cultivator you tell about a pure Yin constitution, they might be tempted. Your father thought of this, so he said this. This means that I can choose a dual cultivation partner for you, no matter who it is. You can also choose yourself. Your father indeed had this intention. But I didn't have this idea at that time. Believe me, upon seeing him hurriedly denying it, Mo Tiange smiled. It's not like I don't believe you. What's the rush? She sighed and said, I understand what my father meant. In that case, although I don't have the freedom to perform dual cultivation, I can still cultivate diligently. I also have a backer. Relatively speaking, I still have a future. If the person her father entrusted to wasn't him, this would probably be her future. Correct. Qin said, I won't deny that back then. If you really had a pure Yin constitution and spiritual roots, it would be good for Xianqing school to accept you as a disciple and have dual cultivation with other disciples. But you ran away by yourself, so I didn't think about this matter anymore. The two of them were silent for a while. Mo Tiange smiled and said, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. We've already achieved our goal. Are we going to leave now? Qin nodded. Master specifically reminded me to leave as soon as we finished our business. He said there might be a collapse of a big restriction this time, and it might be even bigger than last time. It wouldn't be good if we got implicated. Mo Tiange didn't object. Aside from being fed heavenly aromatic beans, she didn't suffer any injuries. The effects of the heavenly aromatic beans had long worn off, so she had abundant spiritual power now. Then let's go. It'll be half a month in 3 to 5 days. It's hard to say when the restriction at the entrance of Demonic Mountain will appear. The two of them rested for a while, prepared everything and went out the way they came. Mo Tiange looked at the countless holes on the ground burning with immortal fire. She suddenly thought of something and asked Qin, even the ordinary stones here probably have the power of immortal fire sealed in them, right? She nodded. Yes. Why do you ask? Tiange said, then. Do you have a way to get some up here? She glanced at her but didn't say anything. He took out the 3-yang real fire sword, which emitted a dazzling light. The sword light shot straight down and instantly shot back. He stretched out his hand and used his fire spiritual aura to catch several stones. He handed them to her and said, "Put them in a jade box." They were just ordinary stones. Even if they were calcined by immortal fire, they should still be preserved in a jade box. Tiange obediently put them in the jade box and asked him to use the 3-yang real fire sword to get some more stones back. Only when the jade box was full did she put it into her Qianquan bag. After watching her put the stones away, she asked, "You don't practice fire spells? What do you need these stones for?" Tiange smiled and patted her spiritual beast pouch. "You forgot that I have Xiaohua." Oh. She suddenly understood. That little spiritual beast was born with sun real fire. If it practiced well, it would definitely be a good helper in the future. After thinking for a while, she said, "You have Xiaohua for spiritual beasts, and you have the soul refining art for unique skills. If you refine the heaven and earth fan, you won't lose to ordinary middle stage core formation cultivators in fights of magical powers. If the power of the heaven and earth fan is amazing, you can also fight against late stage core formation cultivators. However, you'd better practice several secret techniques. There are always variables in fights of magical powers, so save some unique skills to save your life." Tiange also thought about this. Her best unique skill to save her life was the virtual sky world. Of course, after the incident with Ren Yufeng, she realized that no unique skill was completely reliable, so she'd better prepare several backup plans. Unfortunately, we didn't get any useful treasures on this trip. Otherwise, your cultivation level could also improve. Tiange thought about it and held back her words. She wasn't in a hurry to improve her cultivation level. She had an unlimited supply of clear sky pills and her qualifications weren't bad. Reaching the peak stage of the core formation realm was only a matter of time. This time, she found the 1,000-year-old chalcedony in the Qian stone, so she was already very happy. "Senior Martial Brother, now that you've found the fire essence stone, are you going to enter closed-door meditation when we go back?" She nodded. He keenly noticed that she was a bit depressed, so he asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Tiange was stunned for a while then sighed. "I think this time, you must be very confident in advancing to the nascent soul realm, right? At that time, our cultivation levels will be one big realm apart. What's the matter?" She said with a smile, "Which pair of dual cultivation partners doesn't have a cultivation level gap? Even among the Luan and Feng couple, Ding Luan's cultivation level is slightly higher than Feng Zhao's, but don't they still cultivate and live together?" That's true. But Tiange always felt that the cultivation level gap between them was a bit too big. It wasn't that there weren't nascent soul cultivators and core formation cultivators who became partners, but relatively speaking, the proportion of female cultivators among nascent soul cultivators was very small. Many male cultivators married core formation female cultivators, but their dual cultivation relationships were mostly subordinate. Of course, she wasn't worried about Qin Shi. How could she not trust him now? However, this couldn't go on. Cultivators in the same realm should communicate more and help each other, so their relationship would be more stable. Qin Shi thought for a while then said, "What I said last time, we'll practice the same cultivation technique. Have you thought about it?" "About that? It's a good method. You were very confident last time, so did you prepare for it?" Qin Shi smiled. Of course. Emotienga was curious. You know, our physiques are special, and the cultivation technique we practice is also special. Does the dual cultivation technique you mentioned also have this miraculous effect? She smiled but didn't answer. He was anxious because of her urging, so he just said, "You'll know later." The two of them talked all the way back along the path they came from. After half a day, they finally returned to tens of thousands of feet peak. They spent another day going down from tens of thousands of feet peak. Once they were out of the range of tens of thousands of feet peak, both of them heaved sighs of relief. There were many dangers in Immortal's ruins, so it was much safer down there. But after a while, Emotienga was surprised. What are they doing? This was the third time she saw a group of people fighting each other. They fought irrationally, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The scene was so tragic that she couldn't bear to see it. She frowned and said, "The restrictions on Demonic Mountain only disappear for about a month, and it's already been more than half a month. Presumably, these people have already found all the treasures they can find inside, and those who can't can only target other people." Emotienga also heard a lot of these things. But this time, the people fighting each other had extremely high cultivation levels. Most of them were in the core formation realm, and there were very few in the foundation building realm. She thought about Jade Palace again. So many nascent soul cultivators went there for the same unique treasure, so a fierce battle was inevitable. This time, even if the restrictions on Demonic Mountain didn't collapse, many people would have died. The two of them had achieved their purpose of entering Demonic Mountain, so they didn't want to get involved in these things. Whenever they encountered a fight, they avoided it. But they were lucky. They often encountered fights where both sides were injured or even killed, so they took a lot of Chinquan bags along the way. These Chinquan bags alone were already a great fortune. After picking up another batch of Chinquan bags, Emotienga smiled until her eyes narrowed. It's really interesting. They fight to death, but we're better off picking up ready-made treasures. She also smiled and said shamelessly, "If everyone was as smart as us, of course we wouldn't be able to pick up any treasures. Put them all away. Maybe there are some treasures inside." Emotienga didn't stand on ceremony and put all the Chinquan bags into her bosom. There were so many of them. They might even be richer than her own net worth. Just as they were counting, they suddenly heard a muffled thunder in the sky. She looked up and saw that in the sky, where spiritual aura and devil aura intertwined, the wind and clouds surged and violently collided. The spiritual aura and devil aura in Demonic Mountain instantly became chaotic. Not good. The restrictions collapsed. Chapter 306. It wasn't his first time experiencing the collapse of restrictions, so she was very calm. He unfolded the 3-yang real fire sword, spread the sword formation, and flew forward while pulling Emotienga. The flying cloud reached its maximum speed, flying towards the exit of Demonic Mountain. Along the way, countless cultivators flew towards the exit in unison. This was the time to escape, so everyone used their trump cards. No one dared to hold anything back. Even so, some cultivators who couldn't escape in time were sucked into the collapsing restrictions and instantly turned into black ashes. Emotienga saw with her own eyes that Daoist Kumu and Tong Tianyun, who came with them, were also sucked into the restrictions and died instantly. Not long after they entered Demonic Mountain, they were separated from those two people. Later, they learned from Jing Xingji that those two people indeed harbored evil intentions. They left Madame Feng in the lurch and watched as Lei Dongqing perished, but the two of them relied on that 10,000-year-old spiritual plant to hook up with a nascent soul cultivator and enter Immortal's ruins. Now that the two of them appeared here, they probably didn't get any benefits even if they helped the nascent soul cultivators. She and Qin Shi, who had nascent soul masters, didn't think about going in with Lord Daoist Jinghe. Did they really think those nascent soul cultivators would protect them for a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb? Maybe they knew, but their lifespans were about to run out, so they didn't care. The restrictions collapsed faster and faster, and the rumbling sounds were endless. Countless cultivators rushed towards the exit. Qin Shi was calm at first, but he became anxious later on. Such a big movement was even more terrible than the one 80 years ago. Master was right, this time was more dangerous than last time. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the collapsing restrictions. Soon, the cultivators not far behind them were also sucked in, and their screams were endless. No! Tiange shouted, "We can't escape like this." How could Qin Shi not know that? But where could they find a safe place at this time? Last time, when the restrictions on Demonic Mountain collapsed, he and Yi Hai were lucky to hide in the cave on tens of thousands of feet peak. Otherwise, they definitely couldn't escape. At this time, he couldn't afford to hold back anymore. The sword formation spread out and shone brightly, blocking more and more drifting restrictions in the air. His hands didn't stop moving as he fished out several treasures from his Qianquan bag. He patted some on himself and gave some to Tiange. He said anxiously, "At least it can block them for a while." The sound of thunder resounded overhead. Tiange's expression changed. She heard Qin Shi say, "It's too late. I can only risk it." Right after he said that, he made a hand seal and circulated the spiritual aura in his body. He was about to use a secret technique. Tiange was startled. Although she didn't know what kind of secret technique Qin Shi was using, she could tell he was using his blood essence. Once such a spell was used, the best result would be a period of rest, but the worst result would be a regression in cultivation. He was already at the peak stage of the core formation realm. If his cultivation level regressed, he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the nascent soul realm. "Senior brother, don't," Qin Shi didn't pay attention to her. Several drops of blood essence were forced out of his body. He stretched out his hand and wiped it, and the blade of his sword instantly shone with a red light. Just as he was about to activate the three-yang real fire sword, his spiritual aura suddenly became unstable, and the red light on the three-yang real fire sword dimmed. His expression changed. He used his blood essence to search for Tiange's whereabouts before, so he lost some of his strength. Now, he couldn't even use the secret technique. Qin Shi was really anxious when he realized this. He was very calm before because of this secret technique. At worst, he could take Tiange out even if he got injured. But he didn't expect that he couldn't use the secret technique because he used his blood essence before. Tiange. His mind was full of thoughts. In the end, Qin Shi clenched his teeth, pulled Tiange's hand, and said, "If we can't escape, we'll die together." He didn't wait for her to answer and once again turned into a flight light, flying towards the exit. Their lives were at stake now. All of a sudden, Tiange pulled his hand back and stopped. "Tiange." Qin Shi was anxious. "What's wrong?" Tiange looked up with a solemn expression. Black clouds surged and covered the whole sky. Obviously, the initial instability of the restrictions triggered the collapse of a large area of the restrictions in the sky. If this continued, it would only take a while for the restrictions to collapse here. Although Qin Shi's flying cloud was extremely fast, it was really hard to say whether he could escape or not. Qin Shi was anxious. "If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Tiange didn't say anything. She held his waist, gathered spiritual aura on her fingertips, and touched the space between her eyebrows. A huge round bead loomed between her eyebrows, emitting a hazy white light. Qin Shi's eyes widened. "This is the sound of wind and thunder in the sky became more intense. The speed at which the restrictions collapsed was faster than they expected. People were constantly being sucked in. They didn't even have time to scream before they disappeared without a trace. Mo Tiange silently recited an incantation and cast the incantation on the bead. The white light suddenly exploded, engulfing the two of them. When the white light disappeared, Qin was stunned. Bamboo house, bamboo forest, a gentle breeze, a flowing brook, and the smell of medicine lingering around the tip of his nose. It was a somewhat familiar but completely different scene. After entering the virtual sky world, Mo Tiange breathed a sigh of relief. Feifei wagged its tail, threw itself into her arms, and squeaked. She smiled and hugged Feifei affectionately. In the end, she patted its head and released Xiaohua from the spiritual beast bag, letting the two of them play. She took a closer look. The medicinal field hadn't been cleaned for a long time, and weeds had grown in it again. She took out 2 stone sculpture puppets from her Qinkuan bag and told them to clean up the medicinal field. These 2 puppets had extraordinary strength, so they were just right to do these chores for her. When she was done, she looked up and saw that Qin had finally come back to his senses. There was shock in his eyes, but also understanding. When his eyes met hers, he sighed and said, "I finally understand. Turns out this is your biggest secret." Mo Tiange smiled, pulled him into the bamboo house, picked up a praying mat, and threw it to him. "You don't need to ask about other things, right?" Qin gradually understood. Her pill-concocting skills, her medicinal pills, her 10,000-year-old spiritual plants, her spiritual beasts' cultivation levels, and all her puzzling things originated from here, the virtual sky world. He thought for a while and asked, "Where did you get this virtual sky world? It shouldn't be a gift from your great ancestor, right?" Mo Tiange shook her head. "No." Zhou Muling said there were only 2 known virtual sky worlds, and both of them belonged to deification cultivators. How could he have given her one? Even if he had one, she was only a foundation-building cultivator back then, so he wouldn't have given it to her. Then how did you get it? Mo Tiange thought for a while then said, "It can be considered a fated chance. When I got it, I didn't know what it was. Later, when I entered my great ancestor's virtual sky world, I realized it was this thing." At that time, Qin nodded in understanding. "No wonder your cultivation level rose so fast from then on. It turned out it wasn't only because you obtained the art of the origin, but also because you obtained such a heaven-defying treasure." Mo Tiange smiled when she saw that his tone was full of emotion but there was no greed in his eyes. Letting him know such a big secret was originally a gamble. Fortunately, he hadn't betrayed her trust so far. Aren't you going to ask why I didn't tell you?" Qin smiled when he heard this question. He reached out to touch her face and said, "Do you need to ask? Even if it was me, I wouldn't tell such a big secret to others. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. This is especially true in the cultivation world. It's best that you know how to protect yourself." Mo Tiange looked up at him and asked, "So, if I never told you, you wouldn't blame me?" Qin shook his head. "Why would I blame you? Even if you never told me for the rest of your life, I wouldn't blame you. In fact, I think it's already quite risky for you to bring me here today. Are you so sure I won't have any bad intentions after seeing this virtual sky world?" Mo Tiange hesitated for a moment then answered, "I didn't have time to think about anything else just now. I just thought we couldn't die there. Besides, this virtual sky world has already recognized me as its master. You can't hurt me here. If I were really scheming, I wouldn't have hurt you here," Qin said. Qin said, "If nothing happens to me here after I learn your secret, but but I imprison you and interrogate you after we go out, what would you do? His tone was harsh and even accusatory. Emotinga was stunned and asked, isn't it good for me to trust you? Chinchit sighed and said, I know you trust me, but it's hard to judge a person's heart. Trust sometimes comes with a price, and the price you have to pay is too high. If you're not careful, you'll be crushed to pieces. Seeing that Emotinga lowered her head after being scolded, she smiled again. Of course, I can be an exception, but there can't be a next time, understand? Emotinga smiled. Of course there won't be a next time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have brought you here. She had thought about this question many times. If it weren't for today's life-threatening situation, she wouldn't have brought Chinchi here. In fact, after bringing him here, she was also nervous, but Chinchi's reaction just now made her feel that her trust was worth it. Thinking of today's dangerous situation, she asked worriedly, Master is still in Immortal's ruins. Will he be in danger? This question made Chinchi silent for a while. How could he not be worried? But now that the great restriction on Demonic Mountain had collapsed, they couldn't go out. Master won't die so easily, he said. Let's take care of ourselves first. After a few days, when the restriction is stable, we'll look for Master's whereabouts. Emotinga also didn't have any good ideas, so she could only do this. Feeling the heavy atmosphere between them, she smiled and said, since we're here, I'll take you to see the medicinal field. My pill concocting skills aren't as good as yours, so you might be able to give me some advice on how to deal with these spiritual plants. As she spoke, she pulled him to the medicinal field and told him about some things in the virtual sky world. She looked at the densely packed medicinal plants in the medicinal field and was shocked for a long time. He then sighed and said, these medicinal plants are enough for a big cultivation group to use for hundreds of years. If they're not picked excessively, they'll be enough to support a cultivation group to dominate the celestial pole. That's true, but I don't dare to take them out. A 10,000-year-old spiritual plant can make nascent soul cultivators fight for it. With so many, I don't know what kind of turmoil it will cause. And, you're right. She agreed. Even if they rot here, we can't take them out casually. Otherwise, not only will you be in trouble, but the celestial pole will also be in chaos. He lowered his head and looked at the surrounding medicinal fields. There were many spirit herbs that he had only heard of in legends but had never seen before. These spirit herbs had been trimmed, and their ages ranged from 10,000 years to 1,000 years to a few hundred years. Some of them had only just sprouted. You said the virtual sky world has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, but why are the oldest spiritual plants only tens of thousands of years old? Emotinga learned about this from the memory in the virtual sky world. Spiritual plants also have a lifespan. Generally, their lifespan ranges from 10,000-year-old to tens of thousands of years, so it's best to pick them and refine them into medicinal pills when they're 10,000-year-old. Because at that time, their medicinal properties have reached their limit. If they continue to grow, they'll die. I see. It was Chinchi's first time hearing about this. In the current cultivation world, 10,000-year-old spiritual plants rarely appeared, so no one really knew about this. Standing in the middle of the medicinal field, Emotinga looked at the many spiritual plants that had reached 10,000 years old. She then looked at the two busy stone sculpture puppets and said with a smile, since we can't go out, help me tidy up the medicinal field. Chapter 307. After the big restriction on Demonic Mountain collapsed, many smaller restrictions followed suit. Almost half of Demonic Mountain was involved. Emotinga and Chinchi were lucky. They entered the virtual sky world in time and weren't affected. The others, however, weren't so lucky. Very few of them managed to escape Demonic Mountain in time. Even many nascent soul cultivators perished inside. This trip to Demonic Mountain was even more tragic than the one over 80 years ago. The casualties of high-level cultivators were disastrous, even more serious than the demonic beast riot last time. The celestial pole was in an uproar. Of course, the two of them didn't know about these things yet. While hiding in the virtual sky world, Mo Tiange occasionally opened it to look at the situation outside. She found that the chain reaction caused by the collapse of the restriction hadn't stopped. The sky fell, the earth cracked, lightning flashed, and the whole demonic mountain shook. Since they couldn't go out, the two of them had to put aside the things outside for the time being and live their own lives in the virtual sky world. First of all, Qin lost some strength because he used his blood essence. Fortunately, the concentration of spiritual aura in the virtual sky world was extremely high, so it was faster to heal here than outside. But the strange thing was that Qin said the spiritual aura here had to be transformed by the art of 3 primordial cycles before he could quickly absorb it into his dantian. Otherwise, his cultivation speed wouldn't be much faster than outside. The two of them pondered this situation for a long time and finally guessed that the world had changed. Cultivation techniques had also evolved, and the virtual sky world still maintained the concentration of spiritual aura from the distant past era, which was why this situation occurred. Mo Tiange wasn't affected because she practiced cultivation techniques from the distant past era. As for Qin, his art of 3 primordial cycles originated from the distant past era. But Mo Tiange also thought that his pure yang technique came from Yuan Bao, who lived in Zhong Muling's virtual sky world all year round, so why couldn't he? After asking Qin, he also couldn't understand. Perhaps Yuan Bao thought he wouldn't enter the virtual sky world again, so he didn't tell him some trick. The two of them couldn't understand this problem with their cultivation levels, so they simply left it behind. In any case, it wasn't like they couldn't cultivate here. Secondly, since they couldn't leave the virtual sky world, Mo Tiange had nothing to do, so she simply tidied up the medicinal fields with Qin. She had picked many 10,000-year-old spiritual plants but hadn't refined them into medicinal pills yet. There were still many spiritual plants growing in the medicinal fields. She instructed the 2 puppets to pick them one by one and reorganize the medicinal fields. These spirit grasses were refined into pills by them. Qin's pill concocting skills were also extremely high. With the two of them working together, their pill concocting speed became much faster. A year later, the medicinal fields were finally tidied up. At this time, Qin's injuries were almost healed, so Mo Tiange began to consider refining her natal magic weapon. Before this, she originally planned to ask the group's tools refiners to refine tools for her, but she didn't know how long she'd have to stay in the virtual sky world, so she could only rely on herself for everything. Thus, she began to learn tool refining again. However, her talent in tool refining really wasn't very good. There were spiritual plants everywhere in the virtual sky world, but there weren't many materials needed for tool refining. In the end, it was Qin who couldn't bear to see her like this, so he personally refined for her. Qin's talent in miscellaneous studies was higher than hers. Whether it was pill concocting, tool refining, or even talisman crafting, he had a considerable level of skill. However, he did not dare to be careless when it came to refining a natal magic treasure, so he spent a lot of time practicing again. The two of them slowly cultivated while learning how to refine weapons. Just like that, years passed by. In the beginning, Mo Tiange often went to see what was going on outside the virtual sky world, but the collapse of Demonic Mountain this time lasted for a long time. In the end, she only went to see it after a long time. When she opened the virtual sky world again and saw that it was still dark outside, Mo Tiange sighed. This was already the 5th year, but the restrictions were still unstable. She really didn't know when they could go out. Before the restrictions collapsed, Master went to Jade Palace. She didn't know whether he escaped or not. Jinji had been missing for several years at that time. Could he go back now? Don't think about it. When the time comes, you'll naturally be able to go out. Qin-Shi's voice came from behind her. Mo Tiange waved her sleeves, erased the scene outside, then turned around. Why did you come out? They failed to refine the heaven and earth fan once, so he shut himself in his room for many days. He said he couldn't fail again and had to carefully figure out the characteristics of the materials. Qin-Shi smiled. I finished my research, so I came out. Oh. Mo Tiange's eyes brightened. Then can we refine it again? Qin-Shi thought for a moment and said, it should be possible. How's your cultivation these days? Very smooth. Mo Tiange reached out her hand. Take a look. Qin-Shi put his hand on her pulse and separated a wisp of spiritual aura to test her pulse. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual aura and said with a smile, your cultivation here is indeed twice the result with half the effort. With clear sky pills and the virtual sky world, her cultivation speed was simply fast compared to ordinary cultivators. Even if she encountered a bottleneck, she didn't need to worry too much with the experienced Qin-Shi guiding her. What about you? When will you form your nascent soul? The two of them were trapped here and didn't know when they could go out. Qin-Shi's cultivation level had reached the peak, and his mentality had also adjusted. It could be said that forming his nascent soul was already a matter of course. This question made Qin-Shi ponder for a long time. In the end, he said, when I form my nascent soul, I'll definitely use the art of 3 primordial cycles as the main method, so forming my nascent soul here won't affect me. But there's no need to worry. Let's refine your natal magic weapon first. Mo Tiange said with a smile. The youngest known person to form their nascent soul in the celestial pole was 208 years old. You're 206 years old now. Forming your nascent soul now can still set a record, but it won't be so sensational in a few years. Don't you want to break this record? Qin-Shi shook his head and said with a faint smile, what's the point of fighting for these empty titles? There's no harm in delaying it for a year or two. Mo Tiange felt relieved upon hearing what he said. In the past few years, Qin-Shi's mentality was too impatient, so he failed to form his nascent soul again and again. Now that he was so calm, it could be seen that his mentality was stable. In that case, there wouldn't be any big obstacles when he formed his nascent soul. In fact, Qin-Shi's mentality was originally very stable. In the past few years, he completely walked into the trap he set himself, so a loophole appeared in his mentality. The root of this loophole was Mo Tiange. Now that the two of them were already in love, he naturally restored his original calm and tranquil state of mind. The two of them talked for a while, then went back to their respective cultivations. Their cultivation techniques didn't conflict with each other. One was a pure yang cultivator while the other was a pure yin cultivator, so they complemented each other. Therefore, they didn't need to use 2 separate cultivation rooms and could directly cultivate together in Mo Tiange's original cultivation room. After a day of adjusting their breaths, both their spiritual aura and mentality were restored to their peak, so they prepared to refine magic weapons. Refining a natal magic weapon was different from refining ordinary magic weapons. Even if ordinary magic weapons needed to recognize their master, the owner didn't need to be present during the refining process. Natal magic weapons, on the other hand, had to be refined with a cultivator's blood essence. Therefore, although Qin-Shi took charge of refining, he still needed Mo Tiange's cooperation. After a failed refinement, Qin-Shi was particularly cautious this time. Qian stones were only enough for them to refine one more time. If they failed again, they would have to look for materials again. However, Qian stones were extremely difficult to find, so it might take them several decades to find them. Qin Shi used his extreme yang real fire to refine the weapons. Sunstone or Xiaohua's extreme yang real fire were both good, but Qin Shi's extreme yang real fire was a bit stronger. He also had countless restorative panaceas to eat, so he chose to use extreme yang real fire. Once everything was ready, the two of them closed themselves in the refining room, laid a barrier to prevent the two spiritual beasts from disturbing them, and started refining. This refining process took more than a month. This wasn't a long time for a natal magic weapon. If it weren't for Qin Shi's extreme yang real fire melting materials quickly and his previous practice, it would have taken at least a few months. After more than a month, the two of them stepped out of the refining room. The heaven and earth fan was completed. Dragon bones were used as the frame, natural silk brocade as the fan surface, Qian stones and bewitching moonlight stones were smelted as paint, and mountains, rivers, flowers, and birds were painted on the fan surface. Finally, it was wrapped in thousand-year-old chalcedony and refined carefully. The hardness of dragon bones and the toughness of thousand-year-old chalcedony were combined into one. After the heaven and earth fan was successfully refined, it could basically be said to be the toughest magic weapon. Even Qin Shi's 3 yang real fire sword couldn't completely destroy it. In the beginning, the two of them had a dispute about the shape of the magic weapon. Qin Shi naturally thought it should be a round fan, while Mo Tiange insisted on a folding fan. It was fine if she liked to wear palace clothes, but she usually wore Xianqing School's Taoist robes and only had 1 or 2 hairpins in her hair. How would she look holding a round fan? It wasn't as good as a folding fan. It was suitable for both men and women, and if she occasionally wanted to dress up as a man, she could also pretend to be a scholar or something. Qin Shi couldn't argue with her, so he had to comply. When the heaven and earth fan was finished, Mo Tiange couldn't take her eyes off it. The landscape made of Qian stones and bewitching moonlight stones was so exquisite that it couldn't be distinguished from the real one. The flowers, birds, fish, and insects were vivid. Not to mention its real effect, the fan itself was already extremely beautiful. When the two of them came out of the refining room, Qin Shi watched Mo Tiange admiring the heaven and earth fan and teased her. "I said you didn't look like a woman, but it turns out you also like beautiful things." Mo Tiange played with the heaven and earth fan in her hand and said, "Who doesn't like beautiful things? It's just that I'm rarely addicted to them." For example, when she first entered Xianqing School, she also liked the hairpins and rings he gave her, but after enjoying them, cultivation was still the most important thing. Alright, let's try the power of the magic weapon first. Whether it's beautiful or not is secondary. Hearing Qin Shi's reminder, Mo Tiange looked up and asked, "How?" Qin Shi thought about it and said, "This treasure can trap and kill, and it can also trap and defend. How about I try defending first?" "Okay." Mo Tiange waved the heaven and earth fan and spread its surface. In an instant, the fan was overflowing with light, reflecting a sparkling and lifelike picture of mountains and rivers. Qin Shi stretched out his left hand and concentrated. With a flash of golden light, the 3 yang real fire sword appeared in his palm. He shook his arm, and the sword turned into a golden light. Surrounded by the real fire, it circled around him twice, then suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange watched carefully and immediately used the heaven and earth fan. The picture of mountains and rivers suddenly enlarged and shrouded the sword light like real mountains and rivers. After being surrounded by the mountains and rivers, the sword light stopped and revealed the true form of the 3 yang real fire sword. The sword began to move left and right, but it couldn't break through the seemingly invisible mountains and rivers. Finally, Qin Shi withdrew the 3 yang real fire sword and said helplessly, "The sword itself can't break through. It seems I have to use my sword." Mo Tiange was overjoyed that the power of the heaven and earth fan was extraordinary. Even if it was only the 3-yang real fire sword itself, ordinary early-stage core formation cultivators couldn't block it. After this test, she had great confidence in the Heaven and Earth fan. Chapter 308. Qin Shi's 3-yang real fire sword was also a natal magic weapon. Although it also used sword moves, it was different from a sword cultivator's sword. Generally, sword cultivators had already chosen their main sword when they were in the foundation building realm or even the aura refining realm. After that, they couldn't leave this sword for the rest of their lives. Their natal sword was constantly nourished and refined, and its rank would also constantly improve. As their cultivation level increased, it would become more and more powerful. This was similar to natal magic weapons, but natal magic weapons could only be refined after they reached the core formation realm, while sword cultivators could have their natal swords when they were in the aura refining realm. Because of this, sword cultivators were often stronger than ordinary cultivators. Of course, it wasn't only beneficial. If a cultivator's natal magic weapon was damaged, it would often affect the cultivator himself. If a sword cultivator's sword was damaged, the result would be more serious than that of an ordinary cultivator. If it was light, they would be seriously injured; if it was heavy, they would die. Moreover, all the skills of a sword cultivator were on their sword. If they lost their sword, even if they could keep their life, their cultivation level would most likely be crippled. As for Qin Shi, although he used the 3-yang real fire sword as a magic weapon, he didn't rely on it as much as sword cultivators did. His strongest skill wasn't his sword moves. His 3-yang real fire sword was extremely powerful, which often made people mistakenly think his sword moves were very powerful. In fact, his real killing move was the 3-yang real fire on his sword. After explaining this to Mo Tiange, the 3-yang real fire sword in his hand burst into a blazing red light and rushed toward the Heaven and Earth fan. Mo Tiange unfolded the Heaven and Earth fan, and the mountains and rivers turned solid, completely surrounding the 3-yang real fire sword. Under the heavy pressure of the mountains and rivers, the sword couldn't break through. At that moment, the sword suddenly glowed red. Qin Shi made a sword art, and the 3-yang real fire sword came out. Mo Tiange was very anxious. The mountains and rivers pressed down and firmly pressed the sword, but the 3-yang real fire couldn't block it no matter what. She only felt a threatening aura rising to the sky, and her whole body was surrounded. She circulated her spiritual aura, and the spiritual aura shield of the art of primordial singular energy lit up, but it couldn't block this heat. It only lasted for a while before the spiritual aura shield was also burned. The moment the shield was broken, Qin Shi shook his arm and withdrew the 3-yang real fire sword. Mo Tiange stood for a while, calmed down a bit, and also withdrew the Heaven and Earth fan. Although she knew his 3-yang real fire sword was very powerful, she didn't know it was this powerful. His technique was very simple and could hardly be considered a technique. However, it was precisely because there was no technique that it was not easy to break through. This was because this was a battle of real strength. If one couldn't win against Chu Yang's 3-yang real fire, then they could only be defeated. However, Chu Yang's body was filled with pure yang spiritual energy. After cultivating the 3-yang real fire, its destructive power was even greater than that of the sun real fire. You don't have to be depressed. Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, Qin Shi smiled and said, not to mention the fact that my 3-yang real fire sword has been nourished for more than 100 years, but based on the gap between our cultivation levels, wouldn't I be too inferior if I couldn't even defeat a cultivator who'd just formed her gold core? Mo Tiange regained her senses. It wasn't that she had to compete with Qin Shi, it was just that she was shocked after suddenly witnessing his strength. This also made her realize that she was still very far from the limits of what a core formation cultivator could achieve. Thinking of this, she smiled, held the Heaven and Earth fan and asked, "What do you think after trying it?" She thought for a moment then said, "It seems your Heaven and Earth fan has a strong restraining effect on magic weapons. If you encounter sword cultivators in the future, I don't think you'll be at a disadvantage. But when it comes to magic arts, it hasn't used the word trap yet." Mo Tiange also knew that the Heaven and Earth fan was originally a kind of magic weapon conceived by Mo Yaoqing, but it lacked actual examples. She still needed to figure out how to use it by herself. The word trap alone could be used for both offense and defense, so it wasn't something she could figure out in a short time. "Okay, let's try the effect of the attack again." She waved his sleeve, and the three-yang real fire sword turned into several sword lights that circled around him. Mo Tiange nodded, then opened the Heaven and Earth fan again. This time, it was completely different from before. Smoke and water rushed out, and the mountains and rivers seemed to come alive in an instant. Even the flowers and birds inside appeared real. She was stunned for a moment. Just like that, the world suddenly changed. He looked around and found that the scenery around him was exactly the same as the mountains and rivers on the Heaven and Earth fan, as if he himself had entered the painting. Although he had long known this was the illusory formation on the Heaven and Earth fan, what he saw and heard in front of him was exactly the same as the real one, so he was still a little shocked. It was really unexpected for a magic weapon that had just been refined to have this kind of power. Thinking up to this point, he frowned and looked around carefully, looking for flaws. Mo Tiange, who was outside the illusory formation, saw she turn around for a while inside the illusory formation. He seemed to have found something and showed a smile. Then he used the sword formation, and the red light shone brightly. A kind of invincible power spread out. She hurriedly operated her spiritual aura, trying to suppress Qin's counterattack, but the gap between their cultivation levels was obvious. Qin's three-yang real fire still slowly spread out and finally engulfed the mountains and rivers. This time, she failed even more miserably than the last time. Last time, Qin could see it, so he could take back the three-yang real fire in time. This time, when he broke the formation, he couldn't see it clearly. The three-yang real fire burned, so Mo Tiange had to give up her defense and escaped the range of the three-yang real fire in a sorry state. When the mountains and rivers dispersed, Qin took back the three-yang real fire sword. Seeing Mo Tiange standing there thoughtfully, he asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you shocked?" Mo Tiange looked away and said in a daze, "Magic weapons alone aren't enough." Qin smiled. The three-yang real fire disappeared and returned to his dantian. He walked closer and said, "Of course, magic weapons alone aren't enough. We're not sword cultivators, we only need to cultivate our swords. We cultivate ourselves. If our cultivation levels aren't strong, our strength will be weak, and our magic weapons naturally won't be so powerful." Mo Tiange cheered up, unfolded the Heaven and Earth fan, and said with a smile, "In any case, this kind of magic weapon is already very strong. If I cultivate well, I'll only become stronger and stronger in the future. It's good that you understand." In terms of cultivation, Mo Tiange's ideas were very similar to his, so they got along very well. Even if there were some differences, they could slowly get used to each other. In the past 5 years, the two of them lived here in seclusion. Sometimes, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that these days were as perfect as a dream. They didn't have fierce personalities. When they were together, they were as calm as water. They were like companions, like teachers and friends, and they occasionally had tender feelings. He thought that was enough. Of course, it wasn't like they didn't have friction. Mo Tiange was strong and unwilling to rely on others. In this relationship, he often unconsciously acted strong. Occasionally, there would be quarrels, but later, they would compromise with each other and accept each other's ideas and practices. Sometimes, he thought that this was the perfect dual cultivation life he envisioned, right? On the long road to longevity, if there was no one to accompany him, he would always feel lonely in retrospect. But if he was entangled in love, it wasn't what he wanted. Now, he had someone to accompany him and he could focus on cultivation. It was really the best. What are you looking at? Mo Tiange couldn't help but ask, feeling creeped out by his warm eyes. She smiled and suddenly reached out to hold her waist, hugging her tightly. Let's make a blood oath. Mo Tiange was stunned. Ha! She knew what a blood oath was. It was a kind of oath that most Tao companions made, similar to a spiritual beast contract. The two people who made a blood oath could never hurt each other. But the difference between a blood oath and a spiritual beast contract was that after a blood oath was made, there would be a sense between the two people. The other person would know clearly whether the other person was good or bad, dead or alive. She said slowly, I know, you definitely won't be willing to follow me all the time. So, when we occasionally separate, with a blood oath between us, I can also know whether you're good or bad. Mo Tiange was speechless for a while. She knew this was his compromise, tacitly agreeing to her freedom. Since he couldn't get an answer from her, she called again, Tiange. Mo Tiange looked up and smiled brightly. Okay. Establishing a blood oath was equivalent to a dual cultivation ceremony. It was even more important than a dual cultivation ceremony. Many dual cultivation partners did not establish a blood oath because most immortal cultivators were suspicious and did not dare to easily make such an oath that they could not get rid of in their entire lives. Therefore, with Mo Tiange's consent, she was overjoyed. He thought for a moment and said, but we can't be too hasty. How about we wait until we go back and report to Master? This conclusion was quickly rejected by him. No, we don't know when we can go out. Mo Tiange found it funny to see him struggling alone. Do we need to do this? Of course, making a blood oath should be more cautious than a dual cultivation ceremony, she said seriously. But I think it's fine as long as the two of us are sincere. You're right, but... He looked ashamed. This is too unfair for you. Unfair for what? Dual cultivation isn't something you can do alone. Mo Tiange held his fingers and said seriously, we're not mortals, so why should we rigidly adhere to mortals' rules? She was stunned, but he didn't say anything. Although he went to Mount Taikong since he was a child, he grew up in a prince's mansion in the secular world, so some of his ideas inevitably carried traces of the secular world. For example, he was unconsciously strong in their relationship. On the contrary, although Mo Tiange stayed in the secular world for a longer time, she was originally an ordinary village girl and didn't have much experience. Many things she heard only after she arrived in Kunwu, so her ideas were more similar to those of cultivators. After pondering for a while, she somewhat understood. He thought for a while and finally said, then, let's hold our own wedding. Ha! Wedding? She smiled and looked at her gently. You're right. It's fine as long as the two of us are sincere. But I always feel that a dual cultivation ceremony sounds a bit too cold, as if it's just for cultivation. That being the case, let's hold a wedding for the two of us, okay? How could Mo Tiange say no? He was even more willing to give than she wanted. She remembered that when she was a child in Mo family's village, her aunt always wanted Tianqiao to learn cooking and housekeeping so she could marry into a good family. She also vaguely thought about getting married, but at that time, she had already set foot on the path to immortality and learned about the existence of the cultivation world from books. She thought that when she went to the cultivation world in the future, she only needed to find a like-minded person. Later, when she arrived in Kunwu, she followed second uncle to many, many places to avoid the fate of becoming a human furnace. She only wanted to become stronger and didn't even dare to reveal her identity as a woman, so how could she think about dual cultivation? Later, when she met him, although she secretly had feelings for him, she told herself in her heart that she didn't need to think too much about hopeless things and just focused on cultivation. Everything she obtained today was something she originally thought she would never be able to obtain in her lifetime. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chapter 309. In the cultivation world, there was no wedding in the secular world. They called it the dual cultivation ceremony. The dual cultivation ceremony meant that a man and a woman would become dual cultivation partners. This sounded very fair, but just as Qin said, it was filled with an ice-cold callousness. Dual cultivation was still for the sake of cultivation. Therefore, the most important thing to measure a cultivator's worth was their cultivation and talent. Very few of them dual cultivated for the sake of their feelings. Most of them did it for the sake of cultivation. Therefore, many dual cultivation partners would never establish a blood oath. In fact, when benefits were involved, the husband and wife would even turn against each other. Moreover, don't think that just because it wasn't called a wedding, there were no secular affairs. They still talked about dowry and betrothal gifts, but these were all replaced with spirit stones, spiritual treasures, and pills. If it was a marriage alliance between two cultivation clans, then it would be even more troublesome. When it came to haggling, it would definitely not lose to those mortals. Occasionally, Mo Tiange also recalled Yao Zixio and Shang Rowan, whom she met in Ziwei's Immortal's cave. Although they were cultivators, their marriages were even more complicated than mortals. Of course, for people like Mo Tiange and Qin Shi who didn't belong to any clans and had the same master, it would be much simpler. But no matter how simple it was, Mo Tiange was still somewhat opposed to the so-called dual cultivation ceremony. She knew that although she and Qin Shi were martial siblings and they were cultivators in the same realm now, the gap between them wasn't just a little. A cultivator who had reached the peak of the core formation stage and was very likely to advance to the nascent soul stage after a single session of secluded meditation was completely different from a cultivator who had just reached the core formation stage. The former might be able to enter the nascent soul stage in one go and become the pillar of the sect, but the latter still had to rely on the sect. Of course, she believed that one day, she would also form her nascent soul, but what about now? If she really went back to report this to her master and held a dual cultivation ceremony, she and Qin Shi would become the topic of conversation among fellow disciples and even outsiders. They would talk about the gap between them and their possible outcomes. She didn't mind other people's opinions, but she didn't like the feeling of being judged. So, when he said that she should hold a wedding for the two of them, she was actually very happy. Since they didn't have any wedding clothes, the two of them found some red clothes from the Chinquan bags they picked up on Demonic Mountain. They made some changes and used them as wedding clothes. If there were no red candles, he would use the fire obsidian stone, which was used to forge weapons, as a red candle. There were no guests, only two stone sculpture puppets observing the ceremony from the side. There were no ceremonial officials. Xiaohua and Feifei were witnesses. Heaven and earth as the witness, the sun and moon as the medium. Dear Master, I raise my cup in a toast. From then on, they were husband and wife. Then, he swore a blood oath. Blood essence exchange, you have me in you, I have you in me. After the wedding, the couple sat in the bamboo forest by the stream. There was no sun and moon rotation inside the virtual sky world, so Qin Shi came up with an idea. He wanted her to use an art to tear open the sky inside the virtual sky world. Outside, Demonic Mountain was still shrouded in darkness. Devil aura intertwined, making it seem like night had fallen. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside, but the scenery inside was different. The two of them sat for a long time before she said with a sigh, "Looks like we'll have to be trapped here for at least 2 to 3 years." Tiange had long been mentally prepared for this. They had been trapped here for 5 years. In the beginning, the earth shook and the mountains collapsed. Even now, the restrictions were still occasionally triggered. 2 to 3 years was already a conservative estimate. If the restrictions remained unstable, it might take more than 10 years. After more than 10 years, the people outside would probably think that they were dead, right? If Master was still here, with the natal spirit lamp in hand, of course, he would know that they were still alive, but if Master did not escape, thinking of this, Tiange couldn't help but worry. "I don't know if Master escaped," she smiled, put his arm around her waist, and said, "Don't worry too much. Although Master is usually unreliable, he's faster than anyone else when it comes to escaping. Besides, Master has lived for almost 1,000 years. He's seen more things and experienced more dangers than we do. He won't die here so easily." Tiange accepted his explanation. She knew Master's ability, so although she was worried, she still thought Master could escape. What made her the most uneasy was Jinji. After thinking for a while, Tiange asked, "Did you leave Jinji's blood essence behind?" She shook his head. "He's only in the foundation building realm. According to convention, he won't leave his natal spirit lamp until he forms his gold core." Tiange was also aware of this point, but she was just asking with hope in her heart. When we entered Demonic Mountain, Jinji had been missing for many years. "I don't know if he has returned." She also couldn't answer this question. Yi Jinji was his disciple. Although he didn't bring him up, he followed him as soon as he built his foundation. He knew Jinji lacked experience and acted childishly, so when Jinji wanted to go out to gain experience, he agreed very much. But Jinji's cultivation level was low, and he didn't have enough experience, so it was really hard to say whether he could turn danger into safety in times of crisis. In the end, she said, "Apart from Master, Jinji is the closest person to us. If something happened to him, we should have sensed it, but we haven't sensed it, so he should be fine." Tiange knew he was just comforting her. Cultivators sense destiny by chance, so they couldn't sense everything. But in any case, it was good that they didn't sense anything bad. Some things were powerless and could only be left to fate. Seeing that she was troubled, Shi pulled her into his arms and suddenly lowered his head to say in her ear, "It's useless to worry about these things. Let's think about what we should do now." "Do what?" Tiange thought for a while, then said, "Concocting medicinal pills, cultivating, studying cultivation techniques, not that." She smiled. "Apart from these, don't we have anything else to do?" From his gaze, Tiange suddenly realized something, so she immediately shut her mouth and stopped talking. She couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. "You don't have to feel uneasy. We're not together for dual cultivation or anything else. If you don't want to, we can talk about it later." Tiange hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Since we're already husband and wife, what's there to be unwilling about?" Hearing this, she was delighted and reached out to hug her. "So, wait." Tiange looked up and stopped him. She smiled slyly and said, "But we haven't made things clear yet." "Huh?" She was stunned and puzzled. "What do you want to say?" "There are a lot of things to say. For example, what's your cultivation technique? What's the dual cultivation technique you mentioned? How many secrets do you have?" Seeing that he didn't speak, Tiange glared at him. "What? You can't tell me." "Fine." She said helplessly, "But even if I have some secrets, you should know most of them. For example, the changes in my physique, my cultivation technique, my young spiritual bead. Don't you already know about all of these? The young spiritual bead in his body was his biggest secret, and Mo Tiange had long known about this secret. Mo Tiange thought about it and felt he was right. She had long guessed the secret of the young spiritual bead. Later, her master even deliberately told her about it. Then what about the dual cultivation technique you mentioned last time? You should at least tell me about it, right? She always pretended to be mysterious about this matter, saying she would know when the time came. Now that the two of them were husband and wife, it should be time, right? She smiled. This time, he didn't refuse and asked her, "Do you have the art of Sunu?" Mo Tiange nodded. Both her master and him knew about this matter. She put his hand into his Qianquan bag, took out a jade slip and handed it to her. "Take a look at this." Mo Tiange looked at him in bewilderment. She took the jade slip and probed it with her divine sense. In the next second, she was shocked. "This is," Shi smiled and said, "the yin and yang dual cultivation technique Senior Yuan Bao gave me." This cultivation technique was composed of 3 parts. The first part was the pure yang technique, the second part was the art of Sunu, and the third part was the yin and yang dual cultivation technique. Mo Tiange carefully compared it. Her art of Sunu was basically the same as the art of Sunu in this cultivation technique, with only some small changes. She pondered for a while. Her version might have been modified by Mo Yaoqing according to her cultivation situation, or it might have been obtained by Mo Yaoqing from her cultivation group, so it was originally a different version from Yuan Bao's. Reading up to this point, Mo Tiange was happy on one side and worried on the other. She was happy because dual cultivation for people with pure yang and pure yin constitutions was an extremely fast cultivation speed. This yin and yang dual cultivation technique would be extremely beneficial for the two of them. But she was worried because she didn't simply have a pure yin constitution. It could even be said that her spiritual roots of the origin had a greater impact on her aptitude than her pure yin constitution. If she gave up on the art of the origin and focused on cultivating this yin and yang dual cultivation technique, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. She noticed that her brows were tightly knitted and her expression was constantly changing. He asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Tiange sighed and told him her thoughts honestly. She smiled and said, "Are you stupid? Who said you can only cultivate one cultivation technique? I remember you also have the art of the origin given by your great ancestor, right? The cultivation technique you're cultivating now combines the two, so it's naturally the most efficient. But if you cultivate them separately, the difference won't be too big." Mo Tiange was suddenly enlightened. Right. How could I forget? The Sunu art of the origin was a cultivation technique that combined the Taiyuan record and the art of Sunu. However, Zhong Muling also said that this cultivation technique didn't conflict with the 2 original cultivation techniques. Combining them into one would allow her cultivation efficiency to reach the highest, but if she cultivated them separately, it would only take her a bit more time. Before this, since she already had the Sunu art of the origin, she didn't need to cultivate them separately. But now, it was different. With this yin and yang dual cultivation technique, even if she cultivated them separately, the effect would still be excellent. Her mind raced and she said, "Right, maybe we don't need to cultivate them separately." The Sunu art of the origin was comprehended by a deification cultivator, so maybe it can be applied to the dual cultivation technique. Besides, I'm about to form my nascent soul. She also thought of a possibility. After I form my nascent soul, my comprehension of cultivation techniques will be incomparable to today's. We'll know when we try it. Mo Tiange smiled. If that's the case, it's completely feasible even if there's a gap in our cultivation levels. She nodded and looked down at her. He suddenly said, "Why don't we try it now?" Mo Tiange was about to say she hadn't looked at the cultivation technique carefully, but she suddenly realized what he meant by try it. Her cheeks immediately burned. We'll talk about this later, no need to talk about it anymore. She stopped her. This day will come. Chapter 310. The two of them were trapped in a paradise-like place, bowed to heaven and earth, and made a blood oath. Some things happen naturally. As a result, their originally peaceful and warm days were occasionally filled with sweetness. They weren't enthusiastic people. Even though they committed to dual cultivation, they only enjoyed the faint warmth. Mo Tiange was very satisfied with this kind of life. She didn't feel too lonely, and it didn't affect her cultivation. They were together, accompanied each other, discussed cultivation, and exchanged thoughts. However, not long after they were together, she found something changed. Next was Mo Tiange. She also felt as if there was something stirring inside her dantian. They both noticed the restlessness in each other's eyes. Mo Tiange asked, "Is there something wrong with you?" She frowned, nodded, and asked, "What about you? Do you also feel?" Mo Tiange was a bit distressed. "Well, what should I do? Will the spiritual aura I get this way be unstable? How could it be?" This question made she laugh. If there was a problem, why were there so many people in the cultivation world who practiced dual cultivation? Don't think too much. Just cultivate well. After a pause, he said, "I originally planned to advance to the nascent soul realm after a while, but now I can't wait." The spiritual aura in my body is surging, and my dantian and meridians can no longer hold it. If I let it go, it's not good for me, so I have to advance to the nascent soul realm. Oh. Mo Tiange understood. When spiritual aura accumulated to a certain level, the body would automatically request to advance. Presumably, he was at this stage now. Then when will you advance to the nascent soul realm? She thought for a while, then said, 3 days later. I can't suppress this spiritual aura for too long. So soon. She stroked her head and smiled. I can't help it. I didn't expect dual cultivation would be like this. Suddenly obtaining so much spiritual aura must be uncomfortable for you. It's better to enter closed-door meditation while I'm advancing to the nascent soul realm. Maybe I can advance to the middle stage of the core formation realm in one go. Mo Tiange nodded and accepted his suggestion. She had been in the core formation realm for 6 or 7 years, and she had been adapting. Now that her natal magic weapon was formed and she gradually learned various cultivation techniques, it was time to continue her closed-door meditation. To enter the intermediate stage of the completion level in one go was very difficult. Ordinary cultivators would need at least 100 years to reach the early stage of core formation. Even geniuses would need 30 to 40 years. Of course, it wasn't like there was no hope at all. The virtual sky world had rich spiritual aura, countless clear sky pills, and the yang spiritual aura she obtained from Shi. If her cultivation went smoothly, she might really be able to advance to the middle stage of the core formation realm during this period of time. But if he did that, there might be a risk of his realm becoming unstable. However, no matter what, the spiritual energy was unstable, so she had to go into seclusion. After the two came to an agreement, they began to prepare for their secluded cultivation in the next 3 days. Over the years, they had refined a lot of elixirs while cleaning up the herb fields, so they didn't need to refine elixirs on the spot. Therefore, it was easy to prepare. They just needed to rearrange the cultivation room for their seclusion. Advancing to the nascent soul realm wasn't the same as cultivating on a normal day. They definitely couldn't be disturbed by others, not even if Mo Tiange just watched from the side. Therefore, they had to have a separate cultivation room. For this reason, Mo Tiange deliberately gave Qin Shi a spirit-gathering formation from the Xuanji formation book and asked him to arrange it in a separate cultivation room. Although the formation Qin Shi used was good, he was still inferior to Mo Tiange in this aspect. The Xuanji formation book could be said to be the best secret formation book in the celestial pole. With this book, Mo Tiange's attainments in formations could be ranked first even in the celestial pole. It only took them 1 day to prepare everything. For the next 2 days, the two of them didn't do anything else. They just strolled around, chatted, and relaxed. The state of mind was very important in advancing to the nascent soul realm, and one's mood was also one of the states of mind. On the 3rd day, Qin Shi looked at the time and finally said, "It's almost time." Seeing his serious expression, Mo Tiange couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" Qin Shi looked down at her. "What's okay?" Mo Tiange pondered in her heart for a while, then comforted him. "Your cultivation is perfect now and you're full of spiritual aura. Advancing to the nascent soul realm is just a matter of time, so you don't need to be nervous." Qin Shi paused for a moment then smiled. "Are you afraid I'll have a shadow in my heart because I failed to advance to the nascent soul realm 3 times? Mo Tiange smiled embarrassedly. "I've never advanced to the nascent soul realm, so I can't give you any advice." Before she could finish, Qin Shi heaved a sigh and hugged her. Mo Tiange thought for a moment then swallowed the rest of her words. She also reached out and hugged his waist. The two of them hugged in silence for a while. Then Qin Shi said softly, "I understand your feelings. Don't worry, I know what I should do." Mo Tiange answered softly. She knew he always had his own ideas. Now that his inner demons had been broken, he knew what he should do. However, she still couldn't help but worry. She had never felt this way before. It wasn't that she hadn't worried about others. When she was a child, it was her mother, and later, it was second uncle. But for these two people, even if she worried about them, she didn't have this kind of feeling in her heart all the time. She always thought her feelings were very calm, but now she realized that calm could also be very strong. She couldn't help but hug him tighter, not because she was afraid of losing him, but because she wanted to be closer to him. Under her cheeks, Qin Shi's chest rose and fell, making her feel warm and reliable. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, she finally let go of him. "You, go in." Qin Shi didn't move. He still hugged her waist tightly. "Senior Martial brother." After a long time, he heaved a long sigh. "For the first time, I feel a little reluctant to enter closed-door meditation." Mo Tiange didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on her face. It felt really good to have a response to her feelings. "What are you afraid of?" she said softly. "When you come out, I'll still be here." "But, we won't see each other for several years," he said in a low voice. What he said stunned Mo Tiange, but she soon heaved a sigh. This was what cultivators were like. Unless their cultivation levels were similar in the future and they practiced the same cultivation technique, they could avoid the situation where one of them entered closed-door meditation and couldn't see the other for several years. She didn't think the two of them had to stick together, but the feeling of being separated for several years or even several decades from time to time was indeed not very pleasant. However, no matter what happened in the future, soul formation had to be separated. Thinking of this, Mo Tiange urged him again. "It's getting late. Why don't you go in?" Qin Shi still didn't move. Mo Tiange was a bit anxious. This time, he didn't choose the time to form his nascent soul, his body had reached its limit. If he delayed for too long, she didn't know whether it would be bad for him or not. She pushed him. "Senior Martial brother." Qin Shi moved and said, "What did you call me?" Mo Tiange was stunned. What? I suddenly remembered we're husband and wife now. Shouldn't you change the way you call me? Tiange couldn't adapt to the sudden change of topic. But you're my senior martial brother. Otherwise, what would I call you? Shi lowered his head and chuckled. Although there aren't many people in Xianqing school who call me senior martial brother, there are still a few. I want a name that only belongs to you. The intimacy in his words made Tiange's face burn. What did you say? She looked down into her eyes and said softly, call me husband, okay? Tiange felt her face was burning. She controlled herself for a long time and finally squeezed out 2 words. No. She raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Why? No means no. This. Although she knew they were husband and wife, she just couldn't say the word husband and wife. It was too intimate, just once. Can't I say it? No. Tiange turned her head to the side resolutely. No, she couldn't say it. She persisted and turned her head back. I'm going to enter closed-door meditation and won't see you for several years. You still won't say it. No. You really don't want it. I don't want it. She wouldn't let go no matter what, so she could only sigh. Fine, it's fine if you don't want to say it, but you have to show me something. Seeing that she didn't respond, she continued to stare at her. Tiange clenched her teeth, pulled his head down, and quickly pressed her lips against his. Okay. Woo. Before she could finish her sentence, he quickly pulled her back. This time, it wasn't a light touch like a dragonfly touching the water, but a deep kiss with their lips and tongues intertwined. You. She wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, it was blocked. The tip of his tongue slipped between her lips and teeth, entangling her tightly. Her breathing became rapid in an instant. Don't talk. She whispered between her lips and teeth, then kissed her again. One of his arms wrapped around her waist, pressing her tightly against his body, and the other hand groped around her waist. Tiange knew what he wanted to do. She felt he was too impulsive, but she didn't firmly stop him. Although she had long been prepared to be separated often, they had just gotten married after all. After making the blood oath, they also had skin contact, but that first time was almost a disaster. The 2 of them had lived for half of their lives, but their love affairs were hazy. They only roughly knew how to do it, so how could they know how to enjoy the beauty of skin contact? After that, although they kissed, hugged, and tangled with each other, they were no longer as close as before. Those kisses, hugs, and entanglement actually made them feel good. He finally found his belt, pulled it open, and took off the clothes one by one with ease. Senior martial brother. The moment her back touched the table, Tiange tried her best to prop herself up and said hurriedly, you should enter closed-door meditation. I told you not to talk. Shi lowered his head and kissed her again. Her clothes fell from his fingers. Under the cover of the Taoist robe was a woman's soft and graceful curves. Her skin was exposed to the air, but it made her a little uneasy. He noticed her uneasiness, so he held her hand comfortingly and planted a soft kiss on her collarbone. From her gentle collarbone to her delicate shoulders, he finally stopped at her chest. Senior martial brother. She gasped. This time, she didn't respond. He took off his clothes in confusion and held her waist. Tiange clenched her teeth, but she didn't feel the pain she expected. She was a little confused, but she heard she chuckling. Concentrate. She didn't have time to think because a huge wave had already submerged them. They didn't know how much time had passed, but the 2 of them gradually calmed down. Shi sighed and put on his robe. He helped her put her clothes back on first and then fixed his own clothes. When the 2 of them were neatly dressed, he hugged her again reluctantly. I'm going, N. Mo Tiange raised her head and looked at him. Rest assured, I'll always be here. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.